All right, good morning, everyone. Thank you for coming bright and early. My name is Colin. I'm from the quality team here at the college, and I'll just sort of be facilitating all the events in the atrium. But we're going to start today with our opening remarks, and then after that, we'll have a word from Student Services about student portals. But for our opening remarks, I'd like you guys to welcome my manager, Shauna Sheldon.
Thank you, Colin. Good morning, everyone, and welcome to day 4 of Orientation Week. You may have met me earlier this week. How many of you, this is your second time here? Awesome, that's good. As Colin said, I'm manager of quality assurance, but we're going to start, and I'm going to walk you through your sessions today and what you can expect. But we'll start first with the land acknowledgement once again. Today we begin our coming together with a statement for us all to reflect on the unique connections and relationships Indigenous persons and their ancestors have had with this land for thousands of years. The land we are standing on today is the traditional territory of many nations, including the Mississaugas of the Credit, the Anishinaabe, the Chippewa, the Haudenosaunee, and the Wendat peoples, and is now home to many diverse First Nations, Inuit, and Métis people. We also acknowledge that Toronto is covered by Treaty 13 and the Williams Treaties. At this time, we would also like to recognize and support the United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples and the Truth and Reconciliation Calls to Action, and we invite everyone to take a moment to reflect on how we can continue to support the process of reconciliation. Okay, thank you for that. Okay, so I'm going to give you an overview of what you can expect today. We've got a lot of really good sessions planned. Oh, I'm working today. And I should have had that first. Again, QR code. If you want to win a prize, you guys all know the drill now. So make sure you scan this. We do have a prize for later on today. We will also be doing a Kahoot again later today for prizes. I'll give you a second to, oh, it's not like I'm in the way at 5-2. Oh, sorry, some of you are still going. And if you don't get it now, that's fine. We have it on the board up here. You can get it a little bit later. Okay, so we have sessions planned today on APA, research and documentation, and student portals. Research and documentation standards, you're going to meet Ian. He runs our communications division, and he is a great entertainer. So hopefully you'll enjoy that session. It is something that, APA documentation is something that you'll need if you're doing any research in your programs, and you likely will be doing some sort of research, right? So it's good for you to attend that session. Student portals, I may have mentioned it earlier this week. It's critical for you. You've used some of them. They're going to walk you through Moodle, a little bit more on Moodle than what we covered in our Canadian culture sessions. Also the database. There's other portals that they'll be walking you through, likely a little bit on My Career, which you would have heard about that through your co-op advisor if you have a co-op program. But you'll get a little bit more information on those sessions, on those portals today. Campus safety, so we're going to have our coordinator of the OHST program, Occupational Health and Safety. He's going to walk you through health and safety on campus. Also a great session for you to attend. Part-time jobs, this is brand new, this orientation. A lot of students asked for this, and I imagine many of you will be looking for a part-time job in the next couple weeks. You'll be out there looking for a job. So make sure you attend that session. Guard Me Insurance. You all know that that's the insurance that you have through your student as an international student. So we'll have someone here from Guard Me Insurance and answer any questions that you have and walking you through that policy. And lastly, we'll have clubs and student success. It's another choose your own adventure day, so you can do these things in the order that you want. Also I should mention today, food on the second floor. It says in your handout that the food will be a food truck, but it's going to be on the second floor over here where the snacks on the first or second floor, but the food is going to be over here on the second floor in this corner. And also, as I mentioned, Kahoot in the atrium. I am going to spend a little bit of time later on the Friday session, but make sure you come back tomorrow. We have lots of exciting things planned for tomorrow as well. So, choose your own adventure. So again, there are 2 sessions running at 9 o'clock. You can choose to do student portals here in the atrium, or you can go to the Will Room. This is the room that we used earlier this week, and attend Ian's session on APA and documentation. Whichever one you don't do at 9:15, you'll do at 10:30 after the break. So at 10:30, you'll either come back here, or you'll go to the other room to get the other two. Actually, the speakers, you choose your room, the speakers will actually be moving, because one's going to be here so Ian will be there first, and then he'll come here. So you can stay put. The other sessions, there's 3 of them, and they will happen starting at 11:30. So at 11:30, you can choose health and safety, part-time job support, or Guard Me health insurance. So you choose where you want to go. Just get all 3 of them in. They're shorter sessions, half-hour each. The third room that we're using today is not one that you've used yet. So it is room 112. We refer to it as the blue room. But it is around the corner here. It's on this floor. It's down that hallway just past the washrooms. And it's a larger room, so that's what we're going to be using a little bit, for those sessions that start at 11:30. So I mentioned that I wanted to do, we'll do the Kahoot back here. And then lastly, student clubs and success in the atrium. It's a bit of a shorter day today. Just keep in mind that lunch is not, it says on your sheet that it's a food truck, but it's actually going to be indoors. So on Friday, everything happens in the atrium, or at least starts in the atrium. The first thing is the campus tours. So we will be starting the campus tours here tomorrow, and you'll just meet everyone at the front. We'll get your group together, and we'll take you through the campus for a couple reasons. One, we want you to know your way around when you're back on campus, starting September 18th. And also, it'll help you with the scavenger hunt, because the clues are throughout campus. Then we have a session here at 10 o'clock from RBC. Then you'll meet a Canadian police officer at 11 o'clock. Again, we'll have lunch provided tomorrow on the second floor. And then lastly, we'll do the scavenger hunt. So that's the 2 days. Let's just make sure I covered everything. Yes. So with that, and sorry, I did not cover everything. Don't forget that we still have clubs. We have the booths in and around the campus. I wanted to thank, who is our sponsor for lunch? Freedom Mobile. So I wanted to thank Freedom Mobile. They are sponsoring your lunch today and tomorrow. Make sure you stop by their booth too. And I think that's it. So I wish you well on your day. Again, if you are planning on attending the APA session, you're going to meet Ian over in the Will Room. If you're planning on listening to the student portal session, you're going to meet Caroline and Tenny. They're right behind me. And they'll get started at about 9:15. How are we doing on time? So you got 5 minutes to decide where you're going to go for your first session, and I hope you enjoy your day.
All right. Hello, everybody. So if you're just arriving, in this room, the atrium, we are having a presentation on student portals, and in the Will room, the Will room right up here to your right, we are having an APA workshop with Ian Fox. But right now in the atrium, we are having a presentation, like I said, on student portals. Please welcome from Student Services, Caroline Rodas and Evanesian.
Thank you so much, Colin. Hi, everyone. Thank you so much for being here. I know you guys had a long week of presentations, so I know you're probably very tired, if not bored, but we'll promise to make this one worth your while. So today's presentation is about different student portals that the college offers. So we're going to go into detail about each one, and we'll talk about the different functions you can access through these portals. And if you guys have your laptops with you, feel free to bring up the portal on your screen and follow along with us. But if not, if you guys ever, after this presentation, feel like you have questions or you need us to walk you through it, we're more than happy to meet you guys in the Student Services office and go through it with you, so that's not a problem. Okay, so I don't know if you guys met Caroline earlier this week. She's been presenting about student services and what our department does. My name is Tenny. I'm the second student service advisor. So with Caroline, we help you guys with everything having to do with college, your academics, or any issues that you guys have. Your first point of contact will be your student advisors, me and Caroline. Okay, so just to have an overview of what we're gonna do today. So we're gonna go over Moodle. If you guys haven't already familiarized yourselves with, this is where you would access your courses. And Sester database, you guys of course know this because you did your registration via this portal. My Lambton, which is also very important, how you access your email and other functions like your fees. And the Lambton College homepage. So this is, of course, just the Lambton College website, the Toronto link, where you would see information about student policies, orientation, registration is where you went to access that, and also deadlines regarding fees and whatnot. Self-service, of course, Caroline will go through that. It's a portal that you access through your My Lambton portal, and it basically will tell you information like your grades.
Thank you, Tenny, so much. So hello, everyone, again. I'm Caroline. So let's review how to navigate through Moodle. So Moodle is your source for all campus news, updates, and announcements. So why do students use Moodle? Well, to keep up with any important announcements, as well as providing you access to your courses, students should check Moodle regularly for any course or college updates. So how to log on to Moodle. First, your username would be your student ID without the C0. So if your student ID is let's say, for example, C06819998, then the username will be obviously just the digits without the C0. The password is the first time you log in is your passport number. You must change this to a more secure password afterwards. And note the Moodle and Sester database credentials are the same.
Okay, so I know you guys will probably go on Moodle almost daily to access information about your courses, but one thing that students forget is to check the announcement page on Moodle. So this is the home page button. So when you click home, you're gonna see all of the news regarding the college. So this could be, for example, job fairs the college is having. It could be information about upcoming fee deadline or information about makeup course requests. So a lot of important information, not just academics, but also related to fun stuff like student appreciation days and whatnot. So what you want to do is not just go on Moodle to access your course information, but also for sure check out the information that's posted on a regular basis. And then of course on the site is where you're going to see your courses. So this, of course, there's a lot of courses for this specific account, but your guys are going to have the courses that you're registered with for that semester. And then you can click on individual courses to access all of the information for that course. So news forum, when you click on a specific course is where you're going to see the news for that course. So that could be any announcements that your instructors, your specific instructor for that course has shared with you about maybe upcoming assignments, upcoming classes, and tests. So that's where you would see any communication from your instructors. Yeah, dashboard, it's just basically a more simplified or more colorful way of seeing all of the courses that you've taken for that semester. So when you click on dashboard, this is what your view. So you're going to see all of the courses, the course codes, the names, and the year and the semester that you're enrolled.
Thank you, Tenny. So how to access the SESTR database. So how will we discuss how students can access the SESTR database? This slide shows the login page for the SESTR database. So why SESTR database? Well, first, it's to view and update your personal information. It's to view and select course schedules, class groups, to view unofficial grades, and to view your academic calendar. So this slide here, you will follow these steps to view and select course schedules and groups. So you log on to the SESTR database, you go to select group tab, review the group calendars for each option, make your choice and click confirm to secure your selection, and you can view your class calendar in the academic calendar tab.
So when you do click on the academic calendar, you're going to see your what's called your timetable. So you're going to see every single class that you have to attend for a specific day, all the way till from when the classes start till the classes end. So there's no excuse to not know when your classes are. Oftentimes, not a lot, but it does happen that the schedule does change from when you select groups. So make sure to check out your timetable just prior to the first day of classes, so before September 5th. And when you click on it and you see, for example, for Tuesday, you have a course, just hover the mouse over the course and you're going to see all of the information that's related to the course as to, instructor name, which room you're going to go to, what time the classroom is, okay? Yep, so when you hover the mouse over, you're going to see 4 options here. So the first one is when your classes, second is your course code and the semester, and third is the room number. So this room is B104. So if you see a B, it means it's in this building, the 271 building. And if you see an A in front of that room number, that's in the building over. So that's the 265 building. And then of course you're gonna see, you're gonna see your instructor name. Yep, so another, sorry, I'm losing my voice. Another very important thing to note about SESTR database is it has a lot of your personal information. So what you want to do is go in and update it. A lot of times when students first, look at this database or fill out this database, it could have their address from back home or their phone number from back home. So it's a good idea on your first week here to go and update these information, because should something, God forbid, emergency or something bad happen to you at the college and all of a sudden the college needs to contact you, we have no phone number or address on hand. So it's very important to have these information updated.
Thank you, Tenny. So students can view their unofficial grades on the SESTR database. Official grades are available through WebAdvisor, which we'll be discussing later, and at the end of this, and at the end of each semester. So here's an introduction how to navigate on MyLambton. On your MyLambton, students can access their program map, their enrollment letters, payment receipts, transcript request, and your Lambton email. So for your MyLambton credentials, the MyLambton and WebAdvisor passwords are sent to you within 4 business days via email once you meet both the conditions below, okay? So your registration is approved and complete. You have completed the Lambton web and check-in, and note, if you still not receive your password, always email orientation@sestrcollege.com.
Okay, so how to log in to MyLambton? Like Caroline mentioned, you guys get your login access or your login information when you are approved for registration and when you submit all your files. So your sign-in, your username will be your full student ID. And then your password is, of course, what you chose when you activated your account. Yeah, so why My Lambton? This is not a portal that you would visit as often as probably Moodle or Sester Database, because you're going on Sester Database to choose your groups, you're going on Moodle on the daily to check your courses, but My Lambton is very important. It's one that students are not very familiar with. They often come to student services to have us walk them through accessing information on this portal, but it is very important for you guys to check this regularly, especially when it comes to fees. It's going to give you a lot of useful information about how much money you owe for the next semester, and when you make a payment, your receipts are also going to be available through this portal. So it's very important to check this regularly before you panic and you're like, where do I get this, or who do I go to for something? It has a lot of useful information. You can also access your email through this portal. So I know a lot of people will probably set up their emails on Outlook, but if you log in on mylambton.ca, you can also access your email through the portal. Transcript requests, so that's where you can go to obtain or request your official and unofficial transcripts, and your program map. Now, program map is also available through Sester Database in like a PDF format, but you guys can also access it through your My Lambton. And enrollment letter. So this is a letter that an organization will ask from you to provide regarding which semester you're registered at the college. So if you guys need an enrollment letter, you don't need to go to anyone. You can just download this from your My Lambton portal. Okay, so this is what your homepage is going to look like. So it's pretty simple. You can see program map, Lambton email. Beside the Lambton email, it says see fee and payment details. You have your enrollment letter, payment receipt, and transcript requests buttons on the side.
So, if you are having issues with your My Lambton access or credentials, you contact the number that's listed there. You can take a picture on your mobile device. It's very important that you have that number just in case anything should, you encounter an error or anything with your My Lambton. Okay, so how to update your address on the My Lambton portal. So first, you log on to your My Lambton. You go to the top right My Account menu. You select Change My Address on the left navigation bar. And then you update your address and you save. And just know, just like how Tenian mentioned, it is mandatory to update your address on the My Lambton portal. And again, if you have any issues with this, you can always visit us at Student Services or you can email us. So just behind me, how to access your program map. So program map helps students understand and provide details on what to expect within their program, and it provides students the outline on how to progress within a program. So please ensure to refer to your program map regularly. So as you can see there on your My Lambton, you could just press on the red icon there, which is program map, and then all your terms and academic breaks are broken down for you.
Okay, so enrollment letter, like I mentioned, on the main menu on the side, you would click and you would choose your semester and the academic year that you want to access, and then it'll show on the next slide what an enrollment letter looks like. But oftentimes, IRCC or an employer would want proof that you're enrolled in that semester in order to offer you employment or study permit related documents. So this is how you would access that. If you guys run into any difficulties, or if your employer or IRCC needs additional proof of your enrollment, come see us at Student Services and we can talk to the administration about providing further proof. But oftentimes this is enough. Yep, so again, just an overview of what this enrollment letter is going to look like. It's going to have all the information about that specific semester, and also like the type of degree you're getting at CESTAR, and information about how to contact the college. So if there's, and I think another thing that I forgot to mention, oftentimes if you provide an enrollment letter, your employer can also call us at the college if they need like a representative from the college to proof that you are enrolled here. So again, just multiple ways of how you can provide that proof. So we're going to watch a quick video about how to make payments to the college. We do have kind of like a flyer that shows you step by step how to make payments. It's available both at the reception desk. Also, it'll be most probably post that on Moodle when time comes to pay for next semester. So it'll be kind of where you see the announcement, there will be an attachment, and then you click on the attachment, it'll have also the step-by-step guide. Me and Caroline also, both of us have this guide in our office, so please, if you want to know ahead of time, or if you're in a rush and want to know how to make payments, you can come to us and we can provide this flyer for you, and you can keep it for your reference, or you can access it electronically through Moodle. But this video is really helpful. I think it's also posted on the Lambton College website. It'll just go through ways to make a payment. One thing to note though, this video was made for Lambton College at Sarnia, so there will be one bit where the student is talking about making payments through debit. So this is not something that we can do at this college because your payment is going to the Sarnia campus. So, but other methods that she talks about, there are methods that you can use to pay.
Perfect. So for that video,
Just wanted to remind you guys, this recently got changed as well. Western Union is not a way that you can make payments. So just forget about debit payments, credit, cash, and of course via Western Union. But you can use Flywire, you can use your bank account, your online banking, and you can use a check, of course, but that takes a long time.
thank you, Tenny. So, how to access payment receipts. So just behind me, you click on the payment receipts on the home page. Okay, and receipts are broken down exactly as your payments were made. So you can see the student has made multiple payments. Let's say, for example, one on October 6th, which is $750, October 24th, which was $300. So receipts are broken down exactly how the payments were made, and you can click on download to save or print any receipt. So here is an example of a fee receipt. So you can see the date, the student ID, the receipt number, the reference of the date that the fees were applied, and all the payment details there. So how to access your transcripts. So you would click on transcript request on the home page, select request a transcript, Select transcript order form, select official transcript, and number 5, only order once your grades are available on WebAdvisor. Make sure to update your address before ordering, and select the number of transcripts. So each transcript costs $12. And number 8, make your payment. Okay, so transcripts are printed in Sarnia, and processing time will approximately 2 to 3 weeks, including delivery time.
And also, sorry, again, one thing I forgot to mention, I know a lot of students are coming here as a student via the Student Express stream or student stream. It's a program whereby it's express entry. So if you guys are falling into that category and you're paying, you had to pay your fees 1 year ahead, please make sure to check prior to payment deadline for your second semester how much money you owe, because what the amount that you saw on your Lambton College offer letter, it's only an estimate at the time that you make the payment, because you're making the payment so far in advance. So for second semester, due to inflation or a courseware or textbook charge being added here and there, sometimes students owe a very small amount. It could be $40, $30, 100. I think it goes as high as 100, and that's it. So please make sure to check your My Lambton tuition detail just before the payment deadline for your second semester. So if you're not going into a break for winter and you're going into term 2 for winter, November 17th will be your payment deadline for term 2. So prior to November 17th, please make sure to check your My Lambton and see if you owe that amount. And also, make sure to pay a couple of days before the payment deadline, because it does take 3 to 5 business days for the payment to get processed and be sent over to the college. So it's not like you pay today and the payment's going to show up on the account today. That's also how long it takes for the receipts to be posted on My Lambton, okay? So we're going to move into my career section. Of course, if you guys had a co-op presentation, or if you attended the co-op presentation today, one of your co-op advisors, I'm sure, talked about the My Career section. I would recommend, if you have more specific questions, to see your co-op advisor regarding My Careers, but we're just going to go briefly over like what it has, what it can offer, but it is also an option that's available through your My Lambton portal. Yep, so you're going to log in and you're going to see information about, your upcoming interviews. It's almost like a management tool. So you're going to manage your upcoming interviews, your job applications, getting in touch with your co-op advisors, announcements regarding jobs. So everything relating to co-op jobs and part-time or jobs that you access through the school job board is going to be available through your My Career section. Yeah, I think that's it. And your My Lambton email. So this also, like I mentioned, you can access it through your My Lambton portal, but it is just easier to set it up on your Outlook app or your mailing app on your phone, because you want to stay updated all the time on what emails or what correspondence you get from your classmates, from your instructors, from the college. So it's very important to have regular access to your My Lambton email.
Okay, perfect. So this would be an email sample within the My Lambton portal. Email etiquettes. So here we'll review the do's and don'ts of email etiquette. So the do's of email etiquette: clear and brief subject line. Make sure you have a greeting. You're polite and professional in the content, in the body. There's full sentences. You thank the recipient for their time. You provide your signature. You include previous messages as a frame of reference. Use your @MyLambton account. Proofread your message before sending, and allow at least 5 to 7 business days to receive a response. So just make sure you're always in a respectful tone, and clarity is key.
And just some of the don'ts of writing emails. I know it may seem like common sense or simple to some of you, but often I know at student services we get emails from people who've used how they text, like they use texting language to write an email. It's very unprofessional, it's very difficult to understand. So please don't use things like hey or PLZ or you use complete words, and use paragraphs, use periods, commas. So just like how you would write a paper, that's how you should be writing an email. Don't write how you talk. Oftentimes people are emotional, angry, or if it's late at night and you're writing this email, it may come across in the tone of the email. So please wait until you're more calm to write that email. Oftentimes we get emails like, please, please, please. It's a very desperate and unprofessional way of writing an email. It stops us from focusing on the problem or the challenge that you have and you want to communicate to us, because the language in the email is just so harsh, or just makes you worry about the student. Oh my gosh, what's happening to the student? It's very hard to focus on the facts and try to help you as best as possible. I'm sure the same could be said about an instructor who's reading an unprofessional email from a student. So it's very important to pay attention to how you're writing this email. And also, an email is a reflection of who you are. So oftentimes people, they read your emails before they meet you, or maybe they never meet you. They just help you via email, right? So it's important to have the person reading your email understand that you're a professional person, you're not careless, you're not disorganized, and you may not be that person, but the person reading your email is not going to know unless your email is composed in a professional and organized way. So I'm going to have Caroline talk to you guys about WebAdvisor. This is also a portal that you can access through My Lambton. I think, Caroline, if I'm not mistaken, it'll probably say self-service, but when you guys see that, that's what we mean when we say WebAdvisor.
So let's review on how to navigate through the WebAdvisor portal. So how to access WebAdvisor, okay? The My Lambton and WebAdvisor credentials are the same and will be sent to students within 4 business days via email once you meet both the conditions below. Again, once your registration is approved and you've completed the My Lambton web check-in. Again, if you haven't received this, which is probably, it's not the case here, but if anything, you can always email student services or orientation@cestercollege.com. So why WebAdvisor? Well, it's to view your official account balance. It's to make a payment to your student account. It's to view and download tax forms, such as your T2202A, to view official grades and your transcripts, and review course requirements for graduation. So through the account view, students can view their financial account and balance as well. Students can make payments as well through their student account. Grades view. So students can view their official grades. To view and download tax forms, you can access your tax forms by clicking the tax information. You can submit your SIN number for tax purposes on this page, so visit our tax information webpage to read more about T202 and T4A forms. If you have any questions, please do not hesitate to you can also email student services. We can always get questions about taxes. Unfortunately, we don't do taxes for students, but we can assist you in maybe finding the resources for this. But once tax time comes, definitely you can always email us and we'll be able to assist you. I'm sorry, it's very hard to read the blue writing, but it's T202@lambtoncollege.ca. So, to review graduates for graduation, when you select review course credits for graduation, you will be taken to your official academic evaluation. This evaluation will tell you if you haven't currently met your GPA requirement and will list courses that are still required for you to be eligible to graduate. So use this academic evaluation throughout the term to ensure that you meet all of your program requirements and that they're always being met.
So the library is a great resource. Now, they may not have everything that you may want. A lot of times students will go to library to access textbooks for research or for course purposes, but you can always drop by and, we have lovely librarians that can help you find out whether the specific textbook for your course is offered by the library and what are the terms and conditions of borrowing that book. so they'll be able to assist you with that. And also, I know students sometimes are in the process of buying a laptop when they first arrive, or maybe your laptop breaks and you need access to a computer, and let's say the computer labs are not available because there's a classroom in there. You can always go to a library and there are computers there available. Now you're most probably going to need your My Lambton login information to log in and access the computers. But if they're free, they're also there for students to use. They also offer great study spaces. So if you guys need a quiet corner to study for a test or an upcoming exam, you can take advantage of the library. The library hours are unfortunately only until 6 p.m., but you know, you don't want to pull an all-nighter, right? So 8 a.m. to 6 p.m. and Saturdays 10 a.m. to 4 p.m. And it's of course in this building. And yeah, that is all from us, guys. But if anything we said today didn't make sense to you, don't worry. I know it was a lot, and sometimes you guys, we tell you now, but you may not access these resources until the time comes. So when the time comes, if you're still confused or if you don't remember what we said, just drop by the student services offices and we'll be more than happy to help you. So thank you for coming. Thank you for so patiently listening to us, and we'll see you guys around campus. Thank you. Oh, and also any questions? I don't know if we have time for questions, but yeah, okay, beautiful. Anyone has, yes, go ahead. Your specific tuition? Sorry, what was the question? You have a balance of $700 and you see that right now. So again, I would have to take a look at your account, and of course you can come to us as well. We can check and see what the specific charge is. $700 is often the fee amount that you pay for your GuardMe insurance. So again, just drop by the office, or if anyone has a similar issue where they see a $700 balance that they have to pay for this term, again, we can check by term. We can tell you exactly what the charge is or why it's there, but most likely it's a balance because of your GuardMe insurance. Okay? Any other questions from anyone else? Oh, sorry. Yes.
Office, and what time is it available?
So great question. Student services office is located in this building. It's just by the reception desk. It's literally beside it. Now there is an iPad by the entrance door that you guys can sign in. You're signing in under student services, not co-op. And then you basically just put your information in. It'll add you to the queue, and then you wait. There are seatings there. You just wait until we call you in. Typically, it takes about 5 to 10 minutes for us to call you in, but you know, it does happen where a student before you is in our office, and you know, they may have a challenging issue that will take a while for us to help them with, but oftentimes it's not a long wait time. Oh, and sorry, we are available 9 a.m. to 5 p.m., Monday to Friday, not Saturday. Okay, sorry.
I didn't receive my self-service credentials. So how can I?
Okay, sorry, you can hear me on this one. Yeah, so just come by student services. We're presenting after this till 11:30. We can just look over it. I can just see what the error is, and I can assist you with that, okay? So just come see us today whenever you have a free moment, okay? I feel like Oprah here. It's fantastic. Everyone gets a car.
There was, yes. Sorry, I'm just going to have the gentleman and then the lady in front. Yes. Yeah, so again, I'm not sure what the issue is. If you've selected your groups and you paid your fees, you should be able to see your timetable. Now, the college sometimes for specific programs, there might be one course that's not yet, finalized in terms of instructor and room availability. So you may not see all of the courses that you've selected, but I would have to, again, it's something that you have to drop by our office for us to check and see why it's not posted. There could be a lot of reasons, but we can troubleshoot that for you, or at least send you to the right person that can help you, okay? And that's another important thing to know. Like at Student Services, you guys can come to us about everything, but it would be crazy if we knew about everything. I don't think anyone knows about everything, but it's our job to find answers for you, so we'll often know exactly what each department of the college does, and then we can contact them and then get the information for you. Now, it could be an IT-related issue. It could be, like I said, your courses haven't been finalized, so the schedule is not finalized, but we can see what the problem is, okay?
tentative date for the tuition balance?
So for this semester, the date was, so for returning students, it's different than new students. So you guys, I know you've already paid your tuition ahead of time, but in the case that, something's been changed and you still owe a little bit, you should most probably try to pay that before the classes start, which is September 5th. Now, again, if you see that you owe something, or if it's very confusing, you're not sure if you owe something, come by and we'll try to figure it out, okay?
Can you shed some more light on taxes and the email ID that you mentioned?
Yeah, of course. So taxes are something like the documents that the school offers for students specifically is the T22 form, and this is a form that you get if you've paid tuition for the year prior to when you're filling out your tax forms. And this is something that the school will offer this form to you, so you use it to fill out your taxes. However, it's not available year-round. This form is only released closer to the end of February when you get an email from the school saying your T22 or your tax return forms are posted on My Lambton. So don't check it until you get that email and you're sure it's there. Otherwise, if you check it, you might panic that, oh my gosh, my form isn't posted. Now, in the case that, I believe you also have to fill out your SIN number on My Lambton before you can see your tax forms. Now, information about deadlines for filling out tax or how you fill out a tax, oftentimes students will have to go to an accountant or use a tax return software to fill it out. It's not something that the school helps with. Again, like Caroline mentioned, we can offer resources. We can look up resources with you online to help you find a person, an accountant that you can go to fill it out. But it's not a simple process, so you would most probably, it's recommended that you get an accountant to help you fill it out. But on the My Lambton portal, you will most likely see this T22 form if you've paid tuition in the year before. Not T4. T4 is if you are employed by the college, then you would see your T4A form as well. But don't panic if you don't work for the college, you don't need the T4A form from us, okay? You would most likely need that from your employer if you're employed with them, okay? And if you don't see your T22A when the time comes and you get the email saying it's ready, so check your My Lambton. If you still don't see it, come by. Most likely we will have you email T22A at lambtoncollege.ca. So this email will go to the Sarnia campus because they handle all of your financial information, so they will have to look into it and see why it's not posted for you, okay? Okay, I think that's it. Again, sorry if you have a question, but there's no time, or if you don't want to ask in front of everybody, you can, of course, always stop by our offices. Okay, thank you so much.
Okay, thank you, Caroline and Tenny. And we will be having a break in the atrium until about 10:30. And up next in the atrium, we have the APA workshop with Ian. He's our communications coordinator, so he'll be teaching you guys all about APA documentation, citations, all these sorts of things. And then, excuse me, and Caroline and Tenny, if you came late to Caroline and Tenny's presentation, they will also be presenting again in the Will Room. So Ian and Caroline will be trading places. So we have until 10:30, so enjoy your break. Feel free to walk around campus. I believe there might be snack stations around, and we'll see you soon.
Hello.
Sorry, just testing, guys. Oops. Okay.
Give that a shot.
There we go. For whoever wants to use it, I'm gonna use this instead of that. So you go ahead.
Testing, testing. I heard myself. It works.
Yes.
Well, so you want to give credit to your sources. We typically find out pretty quickly if somebody's not giving credit to their sources. And you might think, oh, maybe I'll get away with it once. You might, but eventually we're going to get you. So I don't want to think it's my job here to scare the hell out of you, but yeah, I'm here to scare the hell out of you. So that's my job. Okay, like I said, we're going to have a little brief look at AI. First of all, AI is a myth. It doesn't exist. It's a marketing term from the tech industry. They love to use the term AI. It is most definitely artificial. It is most definitely not intelligent. It is a stochastic parrot. What AI does is it responds to a prompt by looking at the internet and seeing what other people wrote about something like that, and then they produce something based on that for you. It doesn't think. It has no creativity. So that's the problem there. But if you were to do, say, a research report about AI, and you wanted to use a couple of snips of AI-generated text as part of some of the evidence that you're using for your research report, that's great. In that case, yes, use AI. Tell me where it came from. This is AI. This is the AI that I used. That's what that's all about. So yes, you can use AI in the right circumstances. And I'd chat with your teacher about that before you do it, just so they know. This is what I'm doing, by the way, so they don't freak out when you get an AI score on that. But yes, they just generate text based on grammar and rules prompts. So is it plagiarism? If it's uncredited, yes, it is. And frankly, most of the time I've seen it happen in my classes, it's been uncredited because they're not doing it because they're working on a paper based on AI, about AI. They're doing it to try to basically make the AI do the work for them. So if it's uncredited, yes, absolutely, it's plagiarism. But what other problems? Why is AI a bad thing? You might be thinking, well, why don't we use this? Well, if you're using AI for all your writing skills are going to atrophy. So writing is a skill, and it's a skill that you build over years and years and years. I got my bachelor's degree in literature and communications. I got my master's degree in linguistics. I've been writing for many, many, many years, decades at this point, and I still look at what I do and I think I am most definitely not perfect. But I look at where I am now and where I was, say, 10, 15 years ago, and I go, wow, that's a big improvement. You might not even notice it, but you are going to get better. If you're using AI to produce your writings, you're not going to get any better. When you go to a job interview and you're having an interview and they say, we would like to see a portfolio of your work. It turns out you have no work to give because maybe they're going to run it through one of those AI detectors too and go, all this work that you gave us is AI. You know, you don't want your writing skills to atrophy. You want to make sure that they are developed. It's a skill. Use it or lose it. And it's one of those unsung skills. You know, everybody puts on their resume, of course, I have great communication skills. Really, do you? Show it. You know, be the good communicator, because I'll tell you what, like say if you're working in a finance company and you're doing a spreadsheet and you're putting together some numbers and you make a mistake in your calculation, somebody's going to be in your office and go, hey, there's something wrong with these numbers here. These are not right. But if you write badly, yeah, there's a good chance that not everybody's going to tell you about that. And it is really your responsibility to manage your progression in your writings and your communication and to, well, as they say, get good. And if you're using AI, you're not going to get good. You need to practice. AI lacks creativity. That's a big problem too, and I didn't even realize this at first until recently, because like I said, we have an AI detector in the software that we use when people upload their assignments. And I started to notice some things, like for example, if I get 100 people to do the same assignment using the same prompt, I am going to get 100 different documents, completely different. And they're not going to match up with each other. Maybe in tiny little spaces where, you know, boilerplate language is going to happen. That's fine. We understand that. But, you know, 100 different people, the same prompt, they're going to write 100 completely different documents because you are intelligent human beings and you have creativity and you're going to put something together. But two people using the same AI, using the same prompt, and even two different AIs, they're often going to produce almost exactly the same paper. And at first, before we had this AI detector, I was like, oh, these two people shared their information for their assignment with each other. And I was like, well, that seems a little weird. I didn't know that they were friends or anything, but well, it looks like that's what they did. Turns out that what they were doing is that they were using the same AI. I didn't realize that until later on. We got the AI detector. I started to see the connection. Oh, that's what happened. So AI lacks creativity. It isn't intelligent. There's no creativity there. Like I said, you are intelligent, creative human beings. You are going to write something interesting and unique to you. AI can't do that. So like I said, the AI is short. Bottom line, if you use AI, just like anything else, tell me where it came from. So let's say we do get you caught with a plagiarism situation. First of all, what's going to happen? The teacher is going to find a suspected case of plagiarism, and they're going to submit it to the Academic Integrity Office for review. The Academic Integrity Office will review it. They will call a meeting with you, and they will invite the teacher. The teacher may or may not come, depending on their schedule. I always try to make it if I can. But it's not just, it will never be just, oh, this is plagiarism, you get a 0, go away. You will have the opportunity to have the meeting. You will have the opportunity to make your case and explain yourself. I have had people get accused, and they do make the case and explain themselves, and turns out, okay, this wasn't actually plagiarism, maybe it was something else or whatever. Not often, but it does happen. But you will have your day in court, as they say. But I think that's a good policy, by the way. I think it's good to have those levels of review, that it's not just one person, sole judge and arbiter. But anyway, what could possibly happen? Well, there's a lot of things that could possibly happen. These are just 3 of the things that could possibly happen. These are in your Student Rights and Responsibilities Handbook, which is actually here. But first, sometimes, first offense, a 0 on the assignment. If it's a major assignment, that could be a big problem. If it's a minor assignment, lesson learned, move on. Next one could be a 0 in the course. That's usually something, this is not a first offense situation. This is starting to become a pattern of behavior. Then it could be very easily a 0 in the course. Not good. It's very rare, but it has happened that we have moved on to stage 3 here, suspension from the school. Boy, howdy, we do not like to do this, but it has happened. And of course, if you're suspended from the school for a period of 6 months, that puts your visa in jeopardy. Certainly, you don't want anything like that to happen. So check your Student Rights and Responsibilities Handbook. You'll want to give that a nice read through. And don't just let it sit there. It's like, oh, nice, it's taking up space. Yeah, at least read it once, you know. You don't have to memorize it, but, read it, familiarize yourself with the sections that are in it, and, if something happens, you go, I think I remember something like that about that in the Rights and Responsibilities Handbook. Then you can look it up, so not something you need to memorize. Okay, so you might be looking at our penalties, 0 on the assignment, 0 in the course, suspension from the school. Why are our penalties so harsh? Well, we are not unique. Our policies are pretty much in line with any other policy that you'll find in either the USA or Canada. So every school that I've ever been to, I've ever attended as a student, every school where I've ever taught, they basically have the exact same penalties and procedures and policies. Actually, our school's a little bit unique. I've never worked at a school that had a system where you could, where you would actually have to have a meeting with the the academic integrity officer. I think that's a good policy. I'm glad we have that. But that's a new one. But anyway, our penalties, yeah, basically in line with everybody else. So that's one. Also, the plagiarism situation goes beyond you. Some people think, well, it's a victimless crime. Not really. You're doing a disservice to the creator from whom you got the information. I mean, if you wrote an article and somebody else took it and said, hey, I did that, well, you wouldn't be too happy about that either. But secondly, we have a very robust co-op program here. I know the co-op director very well. He's very good at what he does. And one of the reasons why he's able to be very good at what he does is because our school has a very good reputation with our co-op partners. And they say, oh, that's a Lambton student. They're going to do well. We know these people. If we got a reputation for just letting plagiarism slide, they wouldn't trust us anymore. We need that reputation. That's very important. And you've probably known schools before, and from wherever you're from, that have bad reputations. I know schools from my home country that have bad reputations. People struggle with those. We have excellent faculty here at school, and again, we need that good reputation. I'd like to work at that school. They have a good reputation. So a lot of support for both students and teachers. And so we have that because, we have very robust policies and procedures on this. And again, why are our penalties harsh? Because it doesn't end when you finish the school. You think that our penalties are harsh? It's even worse in the corporate world. First example here, We've got Chris Spence, was once the director of the, or superintendent, I think is with the title, of the Toronto District School Board. At first, they found that he had plagiarized part of an article that he wrote for the Toronto Star. And then people started looking back further into his history, and it turned out, oh, looks like you plagiarized part of your PhD dissertation too. You know, there's anytime somebody's caught for plagiarism, it's never just one thing. People start going back and looking at things and seeing what else you did. Basically, Chris Spence's career in education is over. It is done, finished, never again. He has been working, once in a while I see an article about him pop up. He's trying to get back into education, trying to go to court, trying to sue people, it's not working. His career is finished. And you know what? He tries to change careers, do something else. I don't know what he's doing now, but good luck, because people are going to Google his name. It's like, oh, you're that guy. You know, your name is mud. You don't want that. Another example here, Philip Mewson. If anybody here is familiar with video games, Philip Mewson was an editor for IGN magazine. Used to be a physical magazine. Now I think it's online only. But yeah, it turns out what he did was he would, for his video game reviews, he would go find small YouTubers, people with only a couple hundred followers, still working to make their name. He would basically copy the transcripts of their videos and change some of the words around and post them as his own reviews. And now, yeah, they found out, they found one, and he actually went online and said, it was only that one time. I challenge you to go back and find anything else that I did wrong. Don't ask that of the internet, because they will, and they did, and they found hundreds. They found hundreds of articles that he plagiarized. His career is finished. How do you throw away a career like that? For a lot of people, this is a dream job. An editor for a prestigious video game review outfit. And it's over for him. And he's trying to make a name for himself again, but is not getting any traction anymore. But this is not just a problem for him. This is a problem for the company, too. So now the IGN has taken a massive hit to their reputation. That's not good for them. And also, he's plagiarized hundreds of video game reviews that he wrote. They can't keep those on their website anymore. Gone. A significant amount of their content from their website is now gone because they can't keep that, and that's going to cost them money, too. Big headache for the company. So again, we think plagiarism is a victimless crime. It isn't. There's a lot going on there. So yeah, you think our penalties are harsh? Well, they can be worse out in the real world. Don't do it. Why do people do it? I don't know. I have some theories. Could be desperation. You know, I don't know what to do. I'm so confused. I have no idea. I'll just steal something. Okay, well, that's not a good strategy. I always encourage people, our school has very robust support systems, and your first stop is your professor. Our professors are here to help. If you have a question, how shall I do this? Is this right? Is this working? How should I write this differently? Do I need a citation here? Do I need a reference here? You know, ask us. This is why we professors are here. This is why we make the big money. This is why we all drive Ferraris. We do not drive Ferraris. So it could be desperation. I don't know. But your professors are here to help. We've got other support systems for you to help, too. We got the people at the desk in the front. We've got student services, not with plagiarism, but still, support for other things. Overwork. Yes, I know many of you want a part-time job. Understandable. You know, it's expensive to come to another country. I've done it twice. So I know what it's like. So yeah, don't overwork yourself, for heaven's sakes. And make sure. I've had people pass out in the middle of class before. An ambulance is called. I mean, it's happened. So people just pass out because they're not eating properly and sleeping properly. So make sure that you're managing your time and not overdoing it. I understand that you need the money, but it's not worth sacrificing your health. Carelessness. Yes, again, come back to professors. Ask your professors so you aren't making those careless mistakes. Yes, we'll check your assignments to see how you're doing. Well, it could be laziness. I don't know. I like to think that nobody here is going to be lazy, but I think Philip Mewson certainly was. The IGN video game plagiarist. That sounds like lazy to me, but anyway, I don't know. But why do people do it? I don't know. But take advantage of the support system here. You are not alone. I know you want to feel like, I did it myself, I did it myself, I did it myself. Yeah, you did. You know, whether you had help or not, you still did it yourself, because part of doing it yourself is asking for help. Nobody does anything purely by themselves. Period, end of story. Nobody. So, yes, I understand, yeah, do your work and take pride in what you've done, including the fact that you've asked for help and asked for review when you need it, because that's all part of the process. So, how do we avoid it? This is the main thing. Okay, so I've done the job of scaring the hell out of you. Now, how do we get beyond that? How do we avoid plagiarism? First up, we need to answer the question, how do you know this? Even if you get the formatting wrong, even if you don't do things in exactly the correct way, at least answer the question, how do you know this? Okay, you got the formatting wrong. Maybe you'll lose a couple points. Not a big deal. It's a lot better than a plagiarism charge. So two parts to that answer, citations and references. You need both of those things to make it work. So what do we got? What's a citation? A citation is information about the source immediately preceding the data. Don't wait till the end of the paragraph. Don't wait till the end of the section. Don't wait till the end of the document. Data, citation, boom, immediately. So what is that going to look like? They are short. Typically, it's going to be author and year, but we'll see. The citations don't really have too terribly many variations. That chapter 8 in your APA guide about citations, only a couple pages long, because it doesn't need to be longer than that. Anyway, so citations help you find the reference. So here's the author, here's some other information. Now, if you want to find out more, you can go down to the references and find that information. So we got the author's last name, the year of the publication, or ND, which stands for no date, if there isn't a year. And if there is a page number, you can use that. Now, the majority of the information that you find is probably going to be for the internet. Most of it's probably not going to have page numbers. Fine. But if you download a PDF document from the internet, yeah, you can add the page numbers. So these are the general pieces to a citation. Like I said, I'm not going to go through all the different permutations of citations that you could possibly have here. We'd be here forever, especially with the references. Oh my. The references section chapter of your APA guide is about 15 pages long. That's a big one. Because it depends on the type of source. Like I said, not going to go through every version of that, but it's there if you need it. So they go at the end of your document. If your reader's interested, I can go find the source of the data. So they're going to be much longer. They're going to have links to the source. They can vary greatly. It matters if it's a book or a periodical or a social media site or a general website. So again, your APA guide has different procedures for each of those things. We'll be seeing some examples shortly of the most common basic types that you'll be using. So references typically contain, and again, depends on the source, but references typically contain the author of the work, and it starts with that, just like the citation, and it will be in alphabetical order. So if your author's name in the citation starts with B, then your reader can go, aha, so I can go to the references and find B, and there's the original source. I can find it easily and go to the original if I'd like to see it. The full date of the publication, so citation, just the year. Here we have the full date, the title of the work, or the name of the page, the name of the website, and the URL or DOI number that it came from. DOI stands for Digital Object Identifier. They are typically used for journal articles and some other types of articles. Very handy because what that is it's a special URL that's connected to that article specifically. So if that article ever gets moved to a new site or moved to a new URL, or if the site, or if that whole website dies and the article's posted somewhere else, that DOI number will always connect to it. So always use the DOI number if you see one. All righty. So both citations and references are required. You can't have one without the other. Both are important. So if you only have references, I don't know what in your assignment or your report is data. I don't know where any of this came from. I just have a list of references. Where did this data come from? I don't know. So the citations tell me that. The references tell me the originals. So yeah, they indicate to your reader. So it's not just about giving credit. You're indicating to your reader, hello everybody, here's some data. So you're separating your data, you're making a clear separation between your data and your analysis. So here's some data, this is my analysis of that data. And that's clear, I can see. This is obviously data, this is your analysis of that data. And references give you the exact location of the source. So we don't want to clutter up. References are typically very long. You don't want to clutter up your document having all that long detail in there. Citations are nice and short. That's the point. So there we go. And again, ultimately, citations are references about respecting the original creators of the data that you're using. Again, you don't want to write an article and have somebody else steal it and says it's theirs. That's not going to make you feel too good. And it could get you into legal trouble depending on the situation. So there's that too. Of course, you don't want that either. So how do we do this correctly? Well, like I said, I'm going to show you some examples. Some general examples, and they're going to be examples that'll follow very common types that you'll use. But you'll always have the APA guide in case a weird situation shows up. Oh, there are 3 authors on that article. How do I do that? No problem. Go to the section in your guide about multiple authors and see what you do. Oh, this is not an author, but it's an editor. How do I do that? Go to your APA guide. Oh, this article doesn't seem to have an author. Okay, go to your APA guide. What do you do? So, above all, at least do something. Do something to credit your source, even if you get the formatting wrong. Like I said, better to lose a few points than to get a 0, right? So do something, even if you mess it up. It's better than doing nothing. So again, most of you have an APA guide in PDF format. It's a very good guide. It was produced by Lambton College, and I really like it in how succinct it is. And it really does cover everything in a very short amount of space. When I went to university and I got my, at my school we used MLA, and then you have to buy the MLA guide. Okay, fair enough. It was that freaking thick. If you printed out our APA guide, it would be about this thick. And they actually covered everything that needs to be covered in a much shorter amount of space. It's a very good guide. Keep it, hang on to it, don't memorize it. You don't need to do that. But just know how to use it. That's the important thing. Nobody memorizes this. If you memorize this, get a hobby. Really. Because even if you do memorize it, fine. But then they're going to have a new version in a year or 2, and then you have to rememorize it again. So yeah, don't memorize this. I don't memorize it. Okay, so here's our example. Here we have a cut of an article from CBC News. This is about battery fires in personal mobility devices, people using cheap batteries. Excuse me. People using cheap batteries. Unfortunately, I can have my water bottle with me because this thing is sloped. Yeah, well, I suppose I could have kept it down there. Yeah, I didn't think of that. Should investigate that a little bit more. Anyway, article about personal mobility devices, small devices, but have lithium-ion batteries, cheap lithium-ion batteries catching fire, burning people's houses down, burning people's apartments. I'm doing a research report about these personal mobility devices and the lack of quality control and government regulation on these things. Okay, great. So I find this article, and I find this paragraph right here that I would like to use. It's perfect. It has all the information I need to put right into my research report to establish the problem. And that's what I need to do in my report. In my first section is establish the problem. Let's copy and paste it and put it in. So as micromobility products, anything from e-bikes and e-scooters to hoverboards. Now, how many people, have you ever heard of an e-unicycle? I have never seen one of these things before in my life. I don't know if they actually exist. It seems like a crazy thing, but I don't know. I guess they do exist. Oops, I almost blew that up. Okay, so anyway, I copied and pasted it exactly. Now, if you just copied it and pasted it into your research report and left it exactly like that, that's a problem. Because I have two questions. Number one, the similarity report in your Moodle is going to say, this came from somewhere else. Those are the exact words of the original author. And even if you wrote it in your own words, the question still remains, your teacher's going to ask, how do you know this? There's been an increase locally in fires related to lithium-ion batteries. How do you know this? Did you go around and compile these statistics yourself? I don't think you did. You read about it somewhere. As well you should. Why would you do that when somebody already did it? So, we need to take care of this. First of all, we need to gather our information. So most of the information is typically on the top of the page. So we need the name of the author, who's right here, Kimberly Molina. We need the name of the site, CBC News, which is right next to that. We need the date, 2023. We got the name of the article. Most of what you need is right there on the top. All righty, so we gather up our information, and we fix our sentence so that it is APA compliant, and it's going to look like this. First of all, we need a lead-in for our data, which is right here. An article in CBC News states, not only are you starting off by giving credit to your source, but you're also giving a signal to your reader, hello, data's coming, get ready. And you always want to keep signaling your reader, this is what's coming, this is what's coming, this is what's coming. And your reader's right there with you. Okay, I get it, I can follow you. So we've got our data lead-in. Next up, we've got our quotation marks. Because we copy-pasted this precisely, we need quotation marks around our data. There it is. And then finally, at the very end of all this, we need our citation. So this is the type that you do of a quotation. And you know what? Many of them are going to end up something like this. There might be some variations. You might run into some unique situations. Again, two things. Number one, you've got your APA guide. Number two, you've got your professor. You know, if you're ever unsure about what to do, here's a weird situation. Talk to your professor about it. See what you can do about that. So next up, we need the reference. So in the text of our document, we got that little citation, Molina 2023. And then at the end of our document, your reader would like to find the original of that information. There it is. Molina K, we have the name of the author, the full date, the name of the article, the name of the site, and the URL. Some of you, if you've done APA before, you might wonder, I thought the link was supposed to be, the hyperlink was supposed to be removed. Actually, not anymore. They recently updated APA, and I'm glad that they did, so that you are supposed to hyperlink your document now. So paste it, push the enter key, it should hyperlink automatically. That's exactly what you want. So there's one example. Again, check your APA guide, lots of examples. So let's do another one. Okay, here's an article about Kickstarter. Are you familiar with Kickstarter? Now, so a few people going, yeah, most people shaking their head. Kickstarter is a crowdfunding website. You have an idea for a product or a business or a service or something. You can go on Kickstarter, you can pitch your idea, and basically ask people to give you money to start it up. A lot of people use this for video games, but you can use it for anything you want, really. This person, Zach Brown, asked for $10 to make a potato salad for the first time. He's never made a potato salad before, so he went on Kickstarter and said, I want $10 to make a potato salad. And he ended up raising $55,492. How many of you are questioning your career choice right now? Anyway, I don't know if any marketing department of any company has taken notice of this, but somebody needs to hire this guy in a marketing department because he is clearly very good at promoting himself. Anyway, I've got some data here. I'm writing a research report about Kickstarter. I got some data here. The problem is, in the previous article, I had that sentence. It was perfect. I copied it and pasted it. Done. This time, the data that I need is spread out all over the place. I need the name of the person. I need the $10 goal. 6,911 backers, $55,000, and $8 in I need all those numbers, and they're all over the place. I don't want to copy and paste this entire thing. That's a bad idea. I need to paraphrase now. I need to write this in my own words. So I'm going to take that data, and I'm going to put it together. I made 2 sentences out of it. 2's fine. It works. It's nice and short still. Zach Brown asked for $10 on Kickstarter to make a potato salad. Okay? Eventually raised $55,492 from 6,911 backers with an average donation of $8.03, far below the site of 77. Okay, so I got all the information. Perfect. I didn't need to copy all that. 2 sentences. Done. Same procedure here. I need the source data. Here we go. So CNET, Kickstarter's potato salad analysis reveals the making of a legend. We've got the author, Amanda Kuser, and the date, 2014. Take all that information, start compiling it into our citation and reference. Our citation is going to consist of which 2 parts? We got the name and the year. We don't have page numbers for this, so we're not going to use them. And we got Kuser 2014, last name only, by the way. We do not need full names here. CNET reports, so I got my lead in. But what's missing here compared to the last one? We don't have quotation marks. Why not? Not copied. This time I wrote it myself. Still somebody else's data. Still need the citation, but not quotation marks this time. And then we need the reference. Kuser A, 2014, and the title. And we've got CNET on there, and the link. So these are the basic ones. And you know what? More than half of the citations and references that you do will be like this. These are very typical. There might be some slight variations, but most of them will be very similar to this. And again, you might have situations where, oh, there's many authors. What do I do? Check your guide. It's an editor, not an author. What do I do? Check the guide. There's no author here. What do I do? Check the guide. Ask your professor if your guide is, if you're not sure what to look for in the guide. Yeah, ask your professor. That's what we're here for. Okay, quoting versus paraphrasing. So as we've seen, quoting is useful if the author has said it exactly the way you need it. Just copy and paste it. Put quotations and marks around it, citation and lead in, you're done. Paraphrasing is useful when the data is spread all over the place. Great. Pick out all the data, write it in your own sentence, and you're golden. What you don't want to do is to copy and paste and then change the words. So, number 1, that's not paraphrasing, that's copying and pasting and changing the words. Number two, why would you do this? If you're going to copy and paste, throw some quotation marks around it and you're done. There's no reason to change the words. I've had people tell me before, like I said, when you upload an assignment, you're going to get a similarity report. This is something percent similar to things that we found on the internet or things that are from other students. And people get, oh, no, oh, no. It says 7% similarity. Oh, no. Well, that's okay. If it's quotation mark and you're quoting, yeah, of course it's going to find it there. So quotation marks in your citation, yeah, we're good. You don't have to worry about that. The similarity report is often going to find a little bit of similarity. 7% is not a big deal. So don't copy, paste, and change the words. And because there's no reason to do that, you're making more work for yourself, and your sentences are going to end up weird. I had a situation many years ago where somebody was writing a research report about cars, about a particular car, and got to this section in the research report, this car has very good well-being characteristics. I was like, what? And I kept reading the well-being characteristics and the well-being characteristics. And I'm thinking, what the hell are well-being characteristics? Finally, I realized they're talking about safety features. They just changed the words around and they made it well-being characteristics. Nobody says well-being characteristics and safety features. Don't do this. It makes your words difficult to read. It's not going to come across right. Certain things just can't be changed. We don't call safety features in cars anything else but safety features. If you change that, nobody's going to know what you're talking about. So yeah, don't change the words. If you're going to quote. Just copy paste it, quotation marks, you're good. So, using infographics. Yes, whether you're using somebody's words or using somebody's image or using data and you made the infographic, it's still somebody else's data, you must give citations and references for infographics if they come from somebody else. On the other hand, if you did a study, let's say you surveyed your classmates and got, how they feel about a certain thing, well, that's great. That's your data. Say so in your document. We did a study. Okay, that's great. That's your data. But if it's somebody else's, yeah, something like this. But always, if you're using an infographic, comment on the infographic. Point out general trends or point out specific data points. Do some analysis. Never just drop an infographic into your report and say, hey, there's an infographic, have fun. Say something about it. You'll need a figure number, a name for the infographic. You can give it any name you want. Some of them are easy. Some of them already have a name on the top. Some of them are not. You can name it anything you want, and then give it a citation at the end. So a specific example, that's the general pattern. And a clip art from Microsoft Word infographic there. Let's do a real one. So, unfortunately, the sun is shining on the citation down there. But anyway, we have a nice big infographic here. Look how big and complicated that is. Yes, if I were the writer of this research report and I'm using this and I'm writing about LCD TV outsourcing, yeah, I'm going to want to point out some particular pieces of information that I want the audience to notice. Notice this, notice that, and this is why I want you to notice it. That's why we're doing your analysis. But most importantly, figure one, give it a name, and then do the citation. In this case, IHS Markit 2015. The author wasn't a person in that particular case, it was an organization. Okay, that works. So, example, infographic for that one. Alrighty, and a reference for the last page. Yep, you still need a reference. And here we go. A little bit of a difference with this reference compared to the previous one. You'll notice in brackets we have the word infographic after the title. So that indicates that that's where that came from. Certain things, we've talked about before. Actually, we're going to get to it in a minute, so I'll just save that for then. But yes, infographics, tell me where it came from. All right, what does not need citations and references? Common knowledge does not need citations and references. If I'm writing a research report and I put the Coca-Cola logo on my title page because I'm writing a research report about Coca-Cola, I don't need to tell you tell anybody where the Coca-Cola logo came from. Everybody knows the Coca-Cola logo. So certain things like that, common knowledge, they do not need citations. Public information does not need citations, references. Toronto's in Ontario. Okay, you don't have to tell me where that came from. Even, you know, you go outside of Canada, that might not be common knowledge, but it's still public information. Just open a map, for heaven's sakes. It's there. Nobody owns this. Now, the line between common knowledge and what is not common knowledge and what is public information and what is not public information can be a little bit fuzzy. Ask your professor if you're ever confused. Do I need a citation for that? I am not sure. Ask your professor. You know, even I sometimes look at that and go, I don't know. Maybe. But I'll at least give you an answer. Because sometimes even I look at that and go, that's kind of on the line right there. You know, fair enough. But I'll give you an answer. And if you're ever in a situation where you're working late and you go, uh-oh, I forgot about this information, and I don't know if I need a citation on that or not. Well, you know, the assignment's due in a few hours. You don't have a chance to ask your professor. Okay, well, put a citation and reference on that. You know, better to be safe than sorry. So when in doubt, ask your professor. And again, ask your professor about any situation about citations and references that you're having a doubt about. It can be confusing, so certainly ask. Now, you might have noticed in Microsoft Word, there's a References tab. And the References tab has a bibliography feature where you can put together your citations and references there. You put in your source details and let Microsoft Word do it. Fine, but just remember, you can use this, but you have to fix it. Microsoft hasn't updated their References tab in about 12 years, maybe more. Frankly, I think it is more. I don't know why they haven't updated it, but the bottom line is they haven't. So you'll need to do some editing, especially on your references, if you use the References tab, because it is going to get them wrong. But some people still like to use the Microsoft Word References tab anyway because, well, it does a lot of the difficult formatting, takes care of a lot of the difficult formatting. You just need to change some of the words around. Maybe move a couple of things into a different position, but it still works in that regard. Formatting is still correct, but the organization of the information, not so much. There are also things that Microsoft Word can't do. There are things that Grammarly can't do. You'll still need your APA guide. So you'll always need your APA guide to check to make sure that whatever system that you're using to automate your citations and references are doing them correctly. Is that right? Is that right? Is that right? So some people prefer, you know, forget it. I'll just write it myself. They think that's easier. Fair enough, you know, if they do, some people like that. Some people like this, to use the Microsoft Word or Grammarly references anyway. Fair enough, if that works for you. I don't care, as long as it's right at the end. So to conclude, if you have a COM 3013 class, and most of you do, then you are going to have lessons on citing and referencing. If you don't, you can at least get yourself a guide. It takes practice. Details matter. And again, your professors are there to help, so be sure to ask if you're having difficulty. Not a problem. And even if you get it wrong, even if you get the formatting wrong, at the very least, do something, anything to indicate where the data came from. Now, normally during a presentation, we do not show the references slide, but just for reference, just so you can see what you do in a presentation. Yes, we do have a references slide, and you can see it at the end. This is where I got my data. Except in the cases of the example articles, those were actually before in the slides themselves. Yes, normally you would have this slide hidden during your presentation, but if somebody asks, hey, that was a great presentation, I'd like to see your slides. Okay, you can hand them over, and then they can see where your stuff came from. But yeah, there's nothing you can do with this as an audience member right now. That's the thing. So that's why you don't show it during a presentation. But anyway, yes, thank you very much. And from here on out, I will be taking questions. And I believe we got Colin here with a microphone.
I have a microphone, so whoever asks the question, I'll just bring you the microphone.
Yep, so everybody can hear. Yeah.
I need to show you, sorry.
Oh, you need to show to me. Maybe we can talk about that after. But
This is APA, is footer, it's a footer, I think so. So it works like a citation or reference?
well,
or
okay, so that's either like Spanish or Portuguese or something.
sorry,
So
it's a Spanish, but this part at the bottom of the page.
oh,
and
okay.
you put the
So
number.
you're
Sorry.
talking about in that case footnotes. APA used to do citations as footnotes, as like a little one after the data and then the footnote at the bottom. APA does not do this anymore. There might be some other. APA is not the only referencing style. There's MLA and Chicago and ISO. Some of those, one or more of those might use those. MLA doesn't, but APA used to, but it stopped. Right.
Any other questions?
How do you reference data that's coming verbally? Like, for example, plagiarism is bad, Ian Fox, 2023. Orientation, Lambton. You know?
Yes, you can check your APA guide. There is a section in your guide called, for the citation is going to be the same. Fox 2023. But the reference will be different. There's a section in your guide called lab or lecture notes. And that's near the end, I believe, of chapter 9. So if you want to look that up, you can do it from there. Yes, so the section lab, lecture notes, and PowerPoint presentation. So if you saw something I wrote here and copied that, then that would be the same spot. Yeah, and sometimes I mentioned citations can have page numbers. Well, they could also have slide numbers too. Not a particularly common thing, but it does happen once in a while. So yeah, that's the only possible difference that you might have there in the citation. Okay. Is that it then? Yeah, like I said, this is an overview, general information, lots more details. For your comm classes, you're going to be learning about it. Ask your teacher, consult your guide if you're ever confused. Remember, you're not alone. Don't think, oh, I have to do it by myself. No. We're here to help, and that's the point of school, right? I hope you have an excellent rest of your day, and thank you very much.
Thank you, Ian. And I think, does he need a few minutes? Okay, so in a few moments, we'll be hearing about health and safety here in the atrium. Our next session in the Will Room, right upstairs to your right, is part-time job support. And in room 122, if you go straight down the hall to the right, you will have, there's a session on Guard Me health insurance as well. So, but stick around in the atrium for in a few moments, and we'll have health and safety. All right, so for those of you in the atrium, please welcome Occupational Health and Safety Coordinator, Sandeep Purpa, for a presentation on health and safety.
Thank you. All right, so seems like we had a bigger crowd when there was no part-time job fair, but that's okay. I promise you, you're gonna learn a lot today. We're gonna start out with a video, okay, on fire safety. Obviously, it's very critical for you to understand how to protect yourself in case of a fire alarm goes off, okay? Or in case there's a real fire. But I'm gonna start out with this video, and can we hit the video, please? All right, you all get the point, right? Do you get the point? Okay, I guess we can all go home. No, so the point is, obviously, we don't want to go through that kind of stuff if something happens in the college, do we now, right? All right, so before I get my session started, our goal is to introduce the purpose of this whole presentation, Health and Safety in Lambton College, which I think the video was very evidently clear. The purpose is to protect your lives, okay? But what are we protecting our lives from, and how do we do that? How do we evacuate? How does the college comes in handy? What can you do to do your part to help the college do their part? Okay, so help me help yourself, right? If I may ask, other than fire, what other emergencies come to mind when I say emergency? Yes. Oh, they can just shout out. I have gifts for them.
Medical emergencies.
Medical emergency. What kind? Heart attack? So let's think for the masses, right? So medical emergency is one person. It is an emergency, but let's think about a mass emergency. What comes to mind? Terrorist attack. You get a prize for participating. Terrorist attack. Okay. What would you do in case of a terrorist attack? Would you evacuate? Right, right. You still get a prize. We'll talk more about this. What other emergency? We had a raised hand over there, Colin. We'll come to you in a bit, my friend.
Emergencies and natural disasters.
Natural disaster.
Yeah.
What are you thinking? Give me some.
It would be earthquake or lightning, thunderstorm.
Right,
anything.
earthquake. What would you do in case of an earthquake? Do you want M&M or do you
Move to
want?
a open space.
You go into open space.
Yeah.
Are you sure?
Because staying under the buildings would be a bigger problem because
Right.
we'll have to go on the open areas. It
Right.
would be better
You
in
might get under the rubble and you
Yeah.
might die and whatnot. You had a comment, my friend. A gas leak. What would happen in case of a gas leak? Awesome. Good job. All right. For the rest of y'all, you can participate for the rest of the presentation. I'll give you more goodies, okay? I'll sacrifice my share of goodies. You guys are all 100% correct. These emergencies, they exist. And if we don't know how to fend for ourselves, it's going to be very, very hard for us to immediately act upon. We would look something like that, the clip we saw, right? I usually like to give this example that if there are floods right now in our city, would you be better off learning to swim when the floods occur, or should you know how to swim before the floods occur? Right? But how many people really apply the same analogy over to emergency management? How many of you, when you first came into the college today, checked out where the emergency exit is? Right? So I'm a safety professional. Even I didn't do that, right? But I work here. I know this place, right? I train on this place. It's fine. But when I go with my kids or with my family outside, my goal is to figure out if something goes down, right? How am I going to evacuate from here? But that's not our usual mentality, is it now, right? Our usual mentality is, I'm going to the mall, I'm going to get some stuff, and I'm out of there, right? But we don't think about the terrorist attack there. We don't think about the earthquake there. But do those things happen across the globe, right? And do we feel sorry for those people or not, right? So the purpose of us having this presentation is so that whosoever is present here, they don't feel sorry for themselves, okay? So you guys are well prepared. You guys are well equipped of what to do in case any of this stuff happens to us, okay? So my name is Sandeep Singh. I am the Occupational Health and Safety Coordinator for the OHST course here. Anybody here in OHST? Okay, that's fine. Those guys are covered anyways. It's the other guys that I'm worried about, okay? So I train on OHST coordination, and I teach a few courses as well. But my main goal is here to help you out and help you understand what are we going to do in case there's an emergency in school, okay? Now, to help you guys understand, every workplace in Ontario, according to the legislation, they're supposed to have an emergency action plan, right? But just like any other book that you are in school for. So what are you in school for? What course are you taking? BMHT, what does that stand for? Business management, right? Can you name one of the courses? Can you name me one of the courses that you're going to be taking this fall? Okay, so let's say for communications, you have a notebook or a book that the exam is going to be based out of, right? Is that book going to be any good if you never open it and read it, right? Similarly, we have great emergency management programs. We have great emergency action plans, but they're all useless if you guys don't know about them, right? We made them. They comply with the legislation. They're top notch, but they're purposeless unless you know about them and you implement them, okay? So the goal today is to put you in touch with that. And the goal of that EAP is to prepare and to respond to emergencies, right? Which look a little bit better than the clip we saw earlier. So the purpose of the plan is to make sure that you understand what to be done in a critical emergency. Today we're going to talk about two major emergencies. One is fire and one is lockdown, okay? The second is lockdown. Reason being, those are the two leading causes of emergencies that people are ill prepared for, and those are the most happening emergencies that people are ill prepared for. Very highly unlikely we're going to have an armed person walking in, as we have security on campus, we have front desk folks, we have some access control in the parking lot, right? So during a fire emergency, there's supposed to be a site leader, a designee, and they're a person responsible to cascade the information to required stakeholders. Now, when you're in a classroom, every instructor in the classroom is going to be your designated site leader, right? Because they're the person responsible for taking you down through the emergency exits all the way over to the muster point, right? Anybody heard of the term muster point before? Right. So we might have heard the phrase, muster up some courage, right? So muster point is where everybody gathers, right? That's where we all gather up to, protect ourselves, right? And we're going to talk about where that muster point is for college as well. But we're going to go through these emergency situations of fire, severe weather, hazardous material spill. When I say hazardous material spill, what comes to mind for you? Gas, hazardous material, fuel leak, okay? How is that hazardous to your health? Slippery to your health, you can slip and fall. What else comes to mind? We have labs on campus. Do you think chemicals are hazardous, right? We all understand H2SO4, sulfuric acid, is problematic. We all understand hydrochloric acid is problematic. And we have that stuff in our laboratories, right? So if that stuff spills on the floor, the fumes could be problematic, right? What would you do in case there are fumes around you? Would you stick around, or what would you do? There's a key term that I want you to go out from this session today. That key term is evacuate. You're going to evacuate the premises immediately. It's not a fire, so you could take any route out, right? In case of a fire, which is the first bullet point, and the first thing we don't want you to do is take elevators. We only have one elevator in this building, but if you have classes in the building next door, there's 5 floors, right? You're never to take an elevator. You're to take what? The stairs, right? There's stairs on both sides of the building. They get you out of the building, and they get you to the muster point, okay? And we're going to talk about that as well. Take shelter, power outage is usually when there's a severe weather alert, right? When there's a thunderstorm. You might have heard in Canada, we're notorious for having thunderstorms, right? In thunderstorms, your job is never to take shelter outside under a tree, because 4 people died taking shelter under a tree in this past summer because the thunderstorms were so powerful, the trees broke and it fell on those people and they got crushed, right? So we're not going to melt in the rain. It's better to stand out in the open and stay where you are rather than taking shelter. Or if you're in the insides, you want to get away from the windows. You want to come gather up so this is also not a good muster point because there's glass above us, right? So you want to get away from all glass sources that could shatter and that could hurt you, okay? Every workplace has a take shelter place where you go when there's a severe weather alert or when there's a power outage, okay? Workplace violence. So when I say workplace violence, or, that's usually applicable to when you go to work. So this is going to be very handy for you when you find out a part-time job. Why do you think workplace violence is considered as an emergency? That's a big emergency, right? I'd say that. Do you know what to do in case of workplace violence? That's one example. Yeah. Yeah. Good. So he knows his stuff. Everything here is insured. right? Except your life, right? So you don't want to get in the way of that perpetrator to take whatever they want to take. You do that. But that's one example, one situation. You all are going to work in different workplaces, different examples. If your workplace manager does not take the time, this is a pointer to take home, to give you basics of health and safety, it's your responsibility to question them. Okay? You have a conversation with them based on your workplace, and you talk to them about the health and safety protocols if something goes wrong. Okay? Because I'll tell you, the biggest issue in Ontario we're facing right now is the illegal immigrated or illegal employment, which is working for cash, which is I understand everybody needs money, but the money you're going to make is never going to be worth more than your life. Would you agree? And if you are not covered by Workplace Safety Insurance Board, which is WSIB, which covers every worker who is working under their SIN, if you're not doing that and you get injured working a cash job, guess who's coming to your rescue? No one. Because your employer, they're going to bounce. They don't want to do anything with you. For all intents and purposes, you don't even work for them because they don't have a record of you. And they pay you cash, and you like that because now you can spend that cash elsewhere. But you got no paper trail to go back to WSIB and prove to them that, man, I was working for this guy. And here now you are limbless for the rest of your life, and there's nobody coming to your rescue. So I'm not deterring you to work, but make sure you're protected. Make sure they're doing you right? They're obligated under legislation to give you health and safety orientation, to give you the health and safety protocols, and that's why we have brought this initiative into orientation, because we care for you as a college. Okay, we want you to be protected when you're here, right? Moving on a little further, all students should understand evacuation take shelter procedures. So I want you all to pay your attention to that green stick man, right? You see those signs all across the college. Those are your pointers to the fire exit, okay? In case of fire, if your instructor is new and they haven't gone through this session, and your peers who have just left for a part-time job where they might get injured, I hope they don't, right? You got to bring this information to them, because the goal is not to give you gifts. The goal is for you to spread the information, spread the word. You're going to follow the green stick man, and wherever it takes you, you're going to exit through that door, okay? You got to understand the actions you can take to prevent an emergency. So I want you all to look up and show me where the sprinklers are. Can someone find any sprinklers? They're here. Where? Okay, that's pretty high, right? Do you know how sprinklers work? How do they work? Do you know how they detect? You're on the right track. But it's not like the movies where you pull the fire alarm and the sprinklers go off. Anybody? Heat. They detect heat. How do they detect heat? There's a bulb in it that detects heat. But do you think the heat has to get a little closer for the sprinkler to detect it? Right? Which means if there is fire, which is tiny, before it gets so big for the sprinkler to detect, how good would it be if you guys could detect it? Right? Early detection, early response. There's a fire extinguisher right there. All you got to do is do what that Dwight dude did in the video, right? He started sniffing, he started asking for help. Maybe you don't know how to use a fire extinguisher, but maybe someone around you does. So what you can do to prevent an emergency, small incipient fires could easily be put out rather than just panicking about it, okay? Understand their individual roles and responsibilities. So your individual roles and responsibilities are to follow directions. If your site leader tells you you cannot leave the muster point, that means you cannot leave the muster point, because they got to do a head count. Like right now, if we have an emergency right now, I would be deemed as your site leader. I'd be responsible to take you away, but as of right now, I don't have a sign-in sheet. Do we have a sign-in sheet, right? So how would I know if you made it out or not, right? I don't even have a head count here. So in a classroom setting, your role is to make sure you make it to the muster point, you stay at the muster point, because the first thing that the fire marshal does when they show up after a fire alarm is they ask for a head count. Okay? If we tell them, I had 30 people in my session and right now I only have 25, guess what the fire marshal is going to be doing? They're going to be looking for the other 5. And we don't want the other 5 to be at Tim Hortons, in their car, choosing to take off because it was a test day, right? Or choosing to make a phone call in another parking lot, or choosing to make a Snapchat to show the world that we're having a fire alarm, right? This stuff has got to be taken seriously. So to help you guys get more practice for this, we have 1 fire drill per semester, and we have 1 lockdown drill per semester, so that not only we're not giving you a lip service, you're not just learning it, you're going to go through the actual practical motions of it as well. So when the real fire occurs, your neurons kick in and you know what to do. Okay? Identify and respond to notifications and communications. So when there's a fire alarm, we have a very annoying fire alarm. When it goes off, it will get into your ears, right? That's not the time for you to go grab your jacket. That's not the time for you to go grab your expensive purse. That's the time for you to get the hell out, okay? Things can always be replaced. But if you go and get stuck in there, no one's coming to rescue you. Just remember that. In the college we'll be sending in, but it might just be too late. So you got to do your part, which is evacuate immediately, all right? Know the location of common emergency equipment, right? So look around yourself. When you're walking into your class, be more aware of your surroundings, right? It's okay, it's your first term. I don't want to scare you off, but this stuff is life skill. This stuff is very, very critical. You go to a mall, look around yourself. Find these green stick men. Find the fire extinguishers, right? Find the local emergency phones. Because you guys weren't here when this happened. We have a cell phone service here called Rogers. We put so much faith in Rogers that we got rid of all our landlines, right? We don't have any hard phones anymore. We have voice over IP phones, right, which works on the internet. We have so much faith in Rogers, we got rid of our doorbells, because now we have those fancy Google doorbells that show the person's face. But guess what happened one day? Rogers had a service outage. We have so much faith in Rogers, we even made our debit credit machines on internet, not hardwired, on Wi-Fi. Rogers had a service outage. We all lost our cell phone connection. We couldn't call 911. We couldn't have our doorbells ring. We couldn't take any payments at any of the stores, right? Can you imagine if it could have happened once, it could happen again, right? So we don't gotta put all eggs in the same basket, all right? You cannot rely on technology. You can't say, I'll Google what to do in case there's a fire in the Fairview Mall, right? You can't do that. You gotta prepare ahead of time. You gotta learn how to swim before the floods occur, right? So that's what we're doing here. Our fire alarm has an audible and a visual indicator. So we got, see that red fire thingy over there? That speaker blares the alarm, and the light underneath, it starts to give you visual receptors of when there's a fire. So we're going to have strobe lights that will activate at the same time. That light's going to be strobing, and the fire alarm system is designed to detect and warn occupants of fire as immediately as possible. Somebody pulls a fire alarm, or there is a smoke around us, we have smoke detectors but never assume it's a false alarm or just a drill. Maybe it is just a drill, who cares? You gotta do your part, right? What's your part? What's your part? Evacuate. In case of a fire, your role is to get the hell out of the building. And if your friend is not here, you grab their arm and you say, we gotta go, man, right? That's a fire alarm. Now the muster point. There's a Korean church parking lot to the south of this building and a Christian church parking lot to the west of the building. So if we're looking this way and we evacuate from those doors, actually there's no doors over there. There's doors right behind you guys, right? But if you're in this class, you're gonna come down those stairs. There's a door right at that end. You're gonna make your way across the instructor parking lot, and right in this direction is one muster point, and in this direction is another muster point. Depending upon if you're in this building, you're gonna go to the Korean church, and if you're in the building next door, which is on that side, you're gonna go across the street, you're gonna cross the Yorkland Boulevard, and you're going to go to the Christian church parking lot, right? You're going to gather there. Hey, Michael. You're going to gather there with your site leader. So who's your site leader? Your instructor. You're going to follow your instructor. They're going to muster you up, and they're going to, do your head count. So you better stick around, because if you're not sticking around, fire marshal is going to be looking for you, okay? Now, it's very important that you report to the muster point without any delay. No grabbing jackets. Phones, yeah, they're always on your desk. No grabbing your phones. No grabbing your laptops. Leave everything behind. If someone is reported as missing, we'll assume they're still in the building, and emergency responders will be notified to conduct a search and rescue, right? So if your friend's gone to the bathroom, you quickly want to text them to come outside, right? If your friend's not in the room, you may want to let the instructors know that this person was never in the room to begin with. Because what do they have? They have an attendance sheet, right, to compare against what we're looking for. The evacuation and lockdown procedures are posted in each room. So as you start making way to your classrooms, you'll see behind these doors, see that little white thingy beyond that glass? That's our emergency protocol. So when you go into your classroom, you want to take some time to read that stuff, because it talks about the emergency number, it talks about the college security number, it talks about what you got to do, and it talks about where to go from where you are, okay? Now, to help you out, we also have first aid kits. How many first aiders do we have in the room? Any first aider? Any nurses in the room? No nurses? Wow. You're a first aider. I'm also a first aider, right? So it's critical for us to know who's a first aider and where the first aid kits are. And what we have done is that we have stocked all the first aid kits on every single floor, and they're marked with a big green plus sign. So wherever you see, we got one in library, we got one in tutoring center, we got one at front desk. So if you ever need first aid kit or any kind of first aid supplies, right, we got you covered, and you got to know who your first aiders are in the building, right? Because when you need the first aid, that's not the time to learn how to swim, correct? The time to learn to swim is before the floods. So you got to know by your first aiders beforehand, and which we have made it easily recognizable. And everybody from the college side, we recently certified everybody. So every college employee right now, most of the college employees, let me rephrase, are first aid certified, okay? So if you ever need a Band-Aid or there's a big laceration and you need some kind of a dressing, you can always go to front desk, student services, or tutoring services, or library. All of them are first aid certified. All right, so what do we expect from you? We expect you to follow the instructions. Probably the hardest part I had to do when I was in my academic career. It's hard to follow instructions, I understand, but this is a matter of life and death. This is not a matter of doing your assignment according to APA format or not. In an APA, ill-formatted APA assignment, all you lose is grades. Here, the stakes are much higher, right? You could lose your life, you could go unconscious, you could lose a limb, all right? So we expect you to follow directions. Don't leave the premises during an emergency without speaking to your instructor first, right? You could have an emergency within an emergency, right? I understand, right? Emergencies don't give you a heads up. You might be having an emergency of your own during an emergency, but you gotta let your instructor know before you can leave, okay? So that the instructor is in the know. Suspicious activity. This is what I like to see. I call it a 3S strategy. See it, say it, sort it, okay? You see something suspicious, you see somebody who doesn't look like a student, you see somebody who doesn't look like an instructor, you see somebody who doesn't belong in the building, you got to report it, right? Because the college facilities, faculties cannot be everywhere all at once, right? We expect you to sort of step up your game, because if you don't report it and that person turns out to be an armed perpetrator, that puts not only you, but everybody else around you at risk, okay? So if you see something that doesn't look or feel right, report it. I mean, worst case scenario, we investigate it, nothing comes out of it, okay? But go by, if you don't feel the right vibe, you report it to front desk immediately, and they will go investigate. And usually 9 out of 10 times, your vibes don't lie. So you gotta, step up your game a little bit, and that's gonna do you benefit in multitude of ways. It will allow you to speak up a little bit. And that's usually the biggest challenge when you go to network for a job fair. You're not used to speaking up, okay? You start that with term 1. You'll learn how to speak up. Even in classroom setting, if you don't want to go to the student services, let your instructor know, okay? And they will handle that. Now, it's everybody's responsibility. So under legislation, you guys are not part of you guys are the patrons of the college, not the employees. But I'm going to let you in on a little strategy of the legislation. There's a strategy called IRS, Internal Responsibility System, which means everyone is responsible for everyone's safety, right? So multitude of things you can say, kumbaya, you all walk together, you go further, right? Now here, legislation dictates that everyone is responsible for everybody's safety. So if you see something that's not right, you report it, right? If you notice a fire extinguisher is not mounted on its mount, and you know, I put that example specifically there because your voice matters, because we want you to put us to a test, right? If the classroom door, the lock that you're supposed to hit when there's a lockdown is not working, we want to know, right? Because we usually look that up in our Joint Health and Safety Committee audits every month, but that audit happens once a month. You're in that classroom maybe twice a week. You have much more access to the facilities that we do. If you find something wrong, please report it to the front desk. If the locks aren't working, if the lights aren't working, if the fire extinguishers aren't correct. The fire extinguisher example is there because you can find tons of videos on YouTube where if a fire extinguisher topples over and the knob comes out, it becomes a rocket missile. It'll go through a cinder block. It'll go through my leg, right? We don't want anybody getting hurt, so we want everybody to step up their game and let us know if something is wrong, because we care about, you know, whosoever is coming in to these doors. We want them to remain safe and go back home the same way they came into the premises, right? Any questions about what we have just gone through? I know it was hella depressing, but it's okay. I'm happy now you know this stuff, that hopefully you will implement these things and not have to go through, you know, the other side of poor health and safety planning. No questions? Concerns? Are you worried? This is real stuff. You can't make this stuff up. Okay, so I'll leave you with this departing note. In 10 years of my health and safety career, I've never had emergency as big as we have spoken. But it's a job of a safety professional to think about the worst case scenario, okay? I'm a very positive person in my real life, but in my job, under my job hat, I'm a pessimist. I want to think about the worst case scenario, so we're prepared for that stuff. Whether it happens or not, I don't care. I still want to be ready if or should it ever happen. Make sense? And I want to make sure that you guys who are coming to school are also protected under that worst case scenario. Cool beans? All right. Hit me up on LinkedIn if you want more information. Sandeep Singh Purba is my name, and it was lovely to have you guys. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Sandeep. And that concludes our morning sessions. So from 12 to 1, we have a lunch break, and I know that on the schedule it says food truck outside, but actually the food will be right up your stairs and I believe to the left. Yep, to the left in the common area over there. So what you need to do is get a voucher from Freedom Mobile. They're sponsoring today's lunch. So if you get a voucher from Freedom Mobile, you can take the voucher and get your sandwich, get your food. So if you have any questions, just feel free to ask myself or one of the student ambassadors. We'd be happy to help you. Return at 1 p.m. for Guard Me Health Insurance. Okay, so we'll be having our next sessions in about 5 minutes, just letting you know ahead of time. In the atrium at 1 o'clock, we will have Guard Me Health Insurance. In the Will Room up to our right, we will have our health and safety session. For those of you who missed the health and safety session in the atrium, and part-time job support will be in room 112, straight down this hall on the ground floor to your right. And room 126 over here in this side of the building, anyone who is in the ESL program, you will meet your coordinator, Ian, in room 126, that is this direction. So all those sessions will be starting in about 5 minutes. All right, so we're about to get underway here in the atrium. So just a reminder, we have health and safety upstairs. Very, very, very important session up in the Will Room. If you go straight up the stairs to your right, you'll hear from Sandeep, our occupational health and safety coordinator, and he's there to give you important information about drill procedures and being safe on campus. And right now in the atrium, we're going to hear from Guard Me Health Insurance. Please welcome Bradley Peck. I'm going to get your slides ready. Yep.
Beautiful, thank you.
Oh, Nicholas is on paternity leave.
Oh, okay.
So, yeah. And I think this is yes. So there's a clicker on the podium.
Hello, everyone. Hello, hello, hello. You guys can hear me okay? My name is Brad, and I am here from Guard Me International Insurance. So apologies, driving here today was a little bit longer than I had anticipated. So apologies for my delayed start. So welcome to Canada. I'm sure you're all very excited to be here studying at Lambton College in Toronto. Point it that way. There we go. So, you know, first and foremost, welcome to Canada. I'm sure you're all thrilled to be studying here, and I hope that while you're in Canada, you have a happy and healthy and safe experience. However, we do know that accidents happen, right? And if you do become sick or injured, please know that your Guard Me insurance is here to help you. So within the first couple of weeks of the start of your program, you're going to receive an email from Guard Me. It's going to be from do-not-reply@guard.me. Make sure that you look for that email, and then you can activate your account. Once you've activated your account, you'll get access to this, which is your healthcare access card. It is a direct billing card, meaning you can take this to pharmacies, dental offices, clinics, for direct billing for your eligible procedures, meaning you don't have to pay and submit later. So it saves you time, saves you money. It's proof of your insurance while studying in Canada. Oh, it's automatically going? No, go backwards. There we go. All right, so you might be wondering, why do you need medical insurance? It's free for Canadians to go to the hospital, right? Well, for you, it costs money to go to the hospital. And these are real figures that I've put on the screen here. For example, if you fall down and break your leg, we have slippery sidewalks in the wintertime. They're icy. Trust me, it happens more than you would think. So you could fall and break your leg, and you might need an ambulance to take you to the hospital. The ambulance will cost at least $500. To go into the emergency room at the hospital will cost at least $1,000. And then if you need surgery to repair that leg, if you need to spend a night in the hospital, those costs escalate drastically. Honestly, $15,000 for a broken leg is not uncommon. So that's why they're advancing, eh? All right. So that's why it's important to have medical insurance, to protect you against those unanticipated medical expenses. But don't worry about that, because we've partnered with Lambton College. They have chosen a very comprehensive plan for you to cover you for 100% of eligible charges. Doesn't mean we cover you for 100% of everything you can think about that's medical, but I'll show you where to read your documents so you know it's covered and how to ask us if things are covered. So I'll go over some of the high-level details. I apologize, this keeps advancing. So we don't have co-pays or deductibles, if those are terms you're familiar with. If the hospital bill is $1,000, we cover $1,000. Hospital bills, doctor's visits, medically necessary surgery. I'll explain what that means in a second, medically necessary. Diagnostic testing, so x-rays, blood tests, CAT scans, MRIs, things like that. Prescriptions, we cover up to 60 days. 60 days, so you don't have to go back to the pharmacy every month to get your medication. So in Canada, mental health is just as important as physical health. So that benefits psychotherapy can allow you to see a psychologist or psychiatrist if you have concerns about your mental health. And if you haven't declared your major yet, well, you've started programs, but if you're kind of unsure, maybe be a psychologist, because they earn about $200 an hour. Pretty good for them. 100% for ambulance. Pregnancies, big one. If you have come to Canada pregnant, hopefully not you, but if you've come to Canada pregnant, if that pregnancy started no more than 30 days ago, it can be covered. If you're 3 or 4 months pregnant right now when you're starting your policy, all the other benefits would apply, but not the pregnancy coverage. So it's important to know that. A routine pregnancy is around $10,000 for the blood work, the ultrasounds, routine delivery. We cover up to $25,000 in case there's, complications, cesarean sections, etc. Dental accidents. So you fall on the ice, you hit the pavement and break teeth. We can cover up to $5,000 for broken teeth. There's another benefit for dental emergencies. If you just have a cavity in your mouth and you have pain in your mouth, we can cover up to $600. So these are per year, by the way. $600 per year for dental emergencies, pain in your mouth. There's two extra things that Lambton's added to this plan. Birth control. If you want to have birth control, whether that's pills or some of the other options, we can pay up to $40 per month for that. And the maintenance of chronic conditions, I'll explain what that means. If you have diabetes, if you have high blood pressure, if you have hypothyroidism, if you have a medical condition that requires you to take a medication every month, we can pay for the routine doctor's visits. We can pay for that routine medication to manage your condition, up to $10,000 per year. So that is an awesome benefit that most colleges don't give to their students. So you're really, really good with that. But like it says at the bottom here, no pointer, maybe a pointer. Refer to your policy wording for terms and conditions, okay? So I've only listed about 10 of the benefits. This is your benefits summary, which lists all of the benefits. There are some things that you need to be aware of, though. So there you go. Exclusions, things that we don't cover. So I mentioned treatments that aren't medically necessary are not going to be covered. So I'll give you an example from my life to help explain what that can mean. I was playing soccer a few years ago. I twisted my knee. I felt and I heard a loud pop. So I went to the hospital. I was examined and the doctor said I'd torn the ACL, one of the ligaments in my knee. I could recover perfectly fine, just do inline sports like biking and running, or I could choose to have a surgery which would be scheduled, 9 or 12 months later. So if you have an option for something, if it's elective, GuardMe's probably not going to pay for it. So call us if you get a treatment plan from a doctor, and we'll tell you if it's included in your coverage or not. Because an ACL reconstruction is about $15,000, not cheap. And so if money is the only reason why you're making the decision, call us to know if it's going to be included, okay? Back that up a bit. Sorry, these slides are auto-advancing. I'll go over some other things. Non-prescription medication. So if you can walk into a pharmacy and buy something without a prescription, not going to be covered. So that's like Advil, Tylenol, aspirin, allergy medications. Perhaps in India it's called paracetamol. That's, painkillers. Things like that are $10, $15. They're not included in the plan. This plan covers you anywhere in the world except for your home country. So if you go down to the United States for a weekend or a week, you don't have to buy any additional travel insurance. This is a $5 million plan. So those expenses I showed you on that second slide, $10,000 for intensive care. In the United States, I have seen bills for $100,000 per day in the hospital. So someone that we had covered was in ICU, intensive care unit in Texas for 11 days. That bill was $1.1 million, and we paid that. Man, apologies for this auto-advancing. It's annoying. Anybody a professional athlete getting paid to play a sport? Perfect, because that's not covered. Good. Anyone do racing or off-roading? Don't do it. Not covered. Anyone flying an aircraft? Not covered. Good. All right. Good stuff here. Claims resulting from drug or alcohol use. I'm sure you've all found out that cannabis, weed, marijuana is legal here. You can buy it from the government. If you have any accidents while you're partaking in such activities, if you have 10 beers, fall over and break your leg, we're not going to pay for those expenses. I would call that stupidity insurance, and we don't pay for that. So please know in advance, any claims resulting from drug or alcohol use are not covered. And we get the bills, like we get the medical records from the hospital. So we know. We don't want to have to decline claims from drug or alcohol use. I think there was one more I wanted to mention. There are a few more, so read the documents when I show you where they are. Yeah. Okay, now you know why it's important to have medical insurance while in Canada. It's expensive. How do you access medical care? So there's a few different ways. For those minor conditions, cough, cold, flu, the most common reason why people seek medical attention, it hurts when I pee, urinary tract infection. Kind of funny to talk about, but it is the most common reason why people go to the doctor. You can go directly to a pharmacy. You don't have to get an appointment with the doctor. You don't have to wait. In Ontario, pharmacists can write prescriptions. They can give you the medication right away. All of that can be billed directly to us. All of the pharmacies in Ontario bill us directly. For your minor medical conditions, like what's listed on the screen, you can go to the pharmacy. And they're everywhere. They're open 24 hours usually. Kind of stepping up a level, if you need to see a doctor or a nurse for these same types of conditions, you can go to the clinics. Is there a campus clinic here? No? Not on campus? Some campuses have clinics right in them. This is my first time being here, so I'm learning with you. But around the city, there are clinics that can see you. If you have a broken leg, a clinic cannot help you. They don't have surgical facilities. It's basically an office where a doctor will examine you. Maybe they'll take blood and send it off to a lab. Probably not. They'll probably give you a requisition, a piece of paper that you take to a lab, and you go into a different office, and the different office draws blood and tests it. A different office will have the x-rays. So just depending on what you need to have done, a clinic might be the right choice for you. But still, clinics are at the minor level, sort of stepping up one level. For serious, life-threatening conditions, that is when you should go to the hospital. Our 24/7, our emergency number in Canada is the same as in the US, 911. What's our emergency number up in Canada? Perfect. You call that number to get police, fire, or ambulance. So you tell them what your emergency is. If you need an ambulance can take you to the hospital. They will give you an invoice. You don't have to pay the ambulance with your Visa or MasterCard. They'll give you an invoice. Send that to us, and we'll pay them directly. You should go to the hospital for things like trouble breathing, chest pains. You're the best judge, right? If it's the worst pain you've felt in your life, that's when you should go to the hospital. High fever, yeah, those types of things. Personally, I've never waited for less than 6 hours at a hospital. The wait times will be very long unless it's life-threatening. If you've been waiting there for 10 hours, but there's been a bus crash and those people are all seriously injured, you'll still wait there for longer. They'll get seen before you. So people are seen in the order of the severity of their condition. They're triaged. So if you don't want to go to the hospital, you don't want to go to a clinic, we have a 24/7 service where you can download an app on your phone. It seems like people have phones here. That's good. You can have a video chat with a doctor. The average wait time is 5 minutes. You don't have to get out of your pajamas. You don't have to leave your room. You can have a video chat with the doctor with a 5-minute wait time, any time of day. So those clinics that I mentioned, they close at like 5 p.m., 6 p.m. They close early. So if it's 2 a.m. on a Sunday and you've been throwing up for half an hour and you want to talk to a doctor, what should I do? They can give you advice, or they can give you a prescription for something. So if you think you have the flu, you can go and wait at a pharmacy, or you can use Mobile Doctor. This is the best part of your plan right here, is Mobile Doctor. So there's a link right here for Mobile Doctor. You need to register for the service first. It's free for you to use. If you register for the service first, all of your Mobile Doctor visits will be billed directly to us. You don't have to pay and wait for a reimbursement. So highly recommend that you use Mobile Doctor as the first way to get medical attention. This is a custom website that we created for you, guard.me/Sestar College. So add that to your favorites. This is where you can register for Mobile Doctor. If you have husband, wife, partner, children, you can add your dependents to this same insurance plan by purchasing it right here, add a dependent. So we're not a billion-dollar company. We're a company that focuses just on insurance for international education. As you graduate, if you want to get your post-grad work permit, if you want to stay in Canada and work, we can sell you an insurance plan for up to a year. Most jobs will not give you health insurance for 3 to 6 months. So as you graduate from here, if you want to buy an insurance plan from us to sort of bridge that gap, we can sell you an insurance plan. Not mandatory, you can buy it anywhere else you want, but an option for you as you graduate, thinking into the future. If you have claims, I'll talk about those in a second. Here's the Find a Canadian Clinic search, which I think is on the next slide. Yes, it is. You can go to any clinic you want to. We don't have any restrictions. We have a network of about 500 that will bill us directly. Again, your first place to get medical attention should be Mobile Doctor. If that doctor says, I can't treat you, I don't understand what's going on, you need to see a doctor in person, use the clinic search on the website. You can find the clinics. There's about 50 around Toronto that will bill us directly. So this is, you're going to get this email before the end of September. We process it one day after you send us your list. Usually the college will send us the list 10 days after the start of the semester to wait for everyone to add or drop out. Once they have that stable list, they'll send us the list. So probably around the 20th or 22nd of September, you'll get an email from GuardMe that looks like that. So click that link in the middle to activate your account. So right there, that big blue link, click that link to activate your account. Your insurance will start as of September 1st. But you're not going to get that email from GuardMe until probably near the end of the month. So if you have a medical emergency, I'm not talking about going to a clinic and paying, $50 to $100. If you have a medical emergency and you have to go to the hospital before you get that welcome email from GuardMe, let the college staff know, and they will contact us and enroll you. We'll get you an insurance card that same day. But usually the college waits for around 10 days to send us their list. So once you log into your GuardMe account, this is what your My Account looks like. This is your dashboard. Right here is where you can download your healthcare access card. You can kind of see it. This is the button to submit a claim. It's all very simple from your dashboard. So if you do need to pay out of pocket for medical expenses and submit those, you click on Submit a Claim through My Account. We need the receipts, right? We need the proof of payment. Or if the hospital just gives you an invoice, give us the invoice and we'll pay the hospital directly. So you don't have to pay the $10,000 and wait a week for us to pay you back. There's 4 ways that we can reimburse you. If you do not have a Canadian bank account, claims reimbursement card is a prepaid debit MasterCard. It's an option. In my opinion, it's not a great option, but it's a solution if you don't have a Canadian bank account. Set up your Canadian bank account. There's probably a few vendors back there looking to sign you up for bank accounts. Direct deposit Canadian bank account's the easiest. If you're about to graduate and go back home, or if someone from back home paid for your expenses and you want us to send an international wire transfer, we can do that. We can mail you a check. We can do any of those 4 options. I'm not going to read what's on the screen there. If you do print out your claim form, just fill everything out. Give us the reason for your visit, the diagnosis, your receipts. It's pretty self-explanatory. Do it online as well. If you do print out your claim form, just fill it out. People make more mistakes when they print it and mail it to us, though. If you do it online, you get an error message if you missed something. You missed putting in the amount. You missed the date. So just do it online. It's easier, and it's free. We're available any time of day, 24/7. So reach out to us with any questions. If you have questions about your coverage, I have a medical condition. Is that covered? I have questions about my claims. Just call us, email us. There's a chat feature in the bottom of your website. The chat is open from 8 in the morning until 8 at night. Monday through Saturday, and it's reduced by 1 hour on Sunday. I think it's like 9 to 8. I see there's a poster for Mobile Doctor back there. That's good. So there's a little QR code there I can see if you want to scan that. You're not going to be able to register for Mobile Doctor until you get your GuardMe policy number, which will be sent close to the end of the month. So if you have those emergencies before you get that email, check in with the college and they'll enroll you. But I'm happy to take any questions that you might have now about what may or may not be included. Does anybody have any questions about what's covered or not covered, or any procedures you want?
Hi. I had a dental emergency last week, so I was informed by the college that it's already covered this August. So I asked them. So the dental clinic is asking for my policy number. So I think I'm not sure where I'll be getting that.
So did you pay the dental clinic?
Yeah, I already paid them. And then
Okay.
they asked for the policy number, so I'll get back to them once I have it, so I can do a claim through
So
Guard.
the dental offices will keep your policy number on file so that future claims can be submitted directly. But since you've already paid for it, what you can do is log into your GuardMe account. Or did you have early arrival insurance? Did you buy insurance from us before your policy started? No? Okay. So, I mean, included, you might be able to submit that claim depending on the date that you had the dental emergency. So I would suggest logging into my account, submit a claim, put September 1st as the date of service. So the date of service just means when you went to the dentist. But because the start date of your insurance is September 1st, if you try to select a day before September 1st, it'll give you an error message. So when you log into your My Account, submit the claim with this September 1st as the date, and whoever's reviewing the claim will manually adjust that to before, and they'll review it for eligibility. I mean, I can't say if it's going to be covered or not because I don't know the circumstances, but dental emergencies are covered up to $600.
I actually read about that in the orientation deck. They said that we're covered August to September 2 already.
Sorry, I can't hear.
We're covered from 30 days before September 2. It was in our orientation material.
Yeah, so that's what's called a grace period. So because Lambton College is a big college and they buy a lot of insurance from us, for 30 days before the start of your policy, we will review those claims for eligibility. Generally, I can say it probably will be covered. So when you log into your My Account to submit the claim, because your policy starts September 1st, select September 1st as the date that you receive the service, and it'll be reviewed. So it's not going to get excluded automatically because it's before the start date, because Lambton has a 30-day grace period is what it's called.
So we have to wait for third week of September. before we can log in?
So you have to wait until you get an email from GuardMe to activate your account. So you should get that around the 20th of September, around then. So once you get that email, activate your account, click Submit a Claim, and then you can put the date that you received the service. If you put August 15th, it'll give you an error message. So select September 1st.
All right.
Okay. Do we have any other questions about what's included in your GuardMe coverage, excluded, how to do stuff?
Are there any extra charges applied for a dependent? Like if we add a dependent plan, are there any extra charges applied for that plan?
Sorry?
If we add a dependent on our plan, are there any extra charges? Like, do we have to pay any extra amount?
Yeah, so to add a dependent, off the top of my head, I can't tell you how much it is. I'm gonna say it'll be between $600 and $700 would be my guess per year per person. No problem. Do you know if you use iSent? I'm not sure. A lot of our partners use iSent. So if you search Google Play, I-C-E-N-T, so International Center, iSent is an app that we provide to a lot of our partners. I think Lambton College uses it, but I can't be sure.
Yep, you can check with student services to double check if they encourage that. Yep.
But there's no direct GuardMe app yet. I was told it was going to be out September 1st. I know our IT staff's working on it, but it's not released yet. Web-based. Yeah. So www.guard.me/Sestar College. And everything's online.
When you say per year, does it mean like the calendar year or like academic year?
Yeah, good question. So your claims are per 365 days. It's not per calendar year, and it's not per academic year. So if you have a claim tomorrow, so let's say, what was it? Psychotherapy is $2,000. If you start making claims on the psychotherapy benefit in October, then it'll reset the next October.
Okay.
But if you have a dental claim in December and you spend all $600 in December, it'll reset the next December. So it's per 365 days.
From the moment you claim the claim.
Yeah, on that benefit.
Okay.
Yeah. It doesn't reset every January. It doesn't reset every academic year. Any other questions? I know we have campus ambassadors here, and they can answer questions as well. Yeah. I can just repeat.
Okay. Thanks.
What if we visit eye clinics, like for spectacles and all? Do we cover that?
So there are non-emergency benefits included in this plan, like an annual eye exam and an annual checkup with a doctor. You can just go to a doctor once per year. You can have your vision tested once per year. The maximum is $120. The eye doctor I go to charges $95, so it should be enough. We don't pay for glasses or contact lenses, though, so just for the eye exam.
From where we can get our policy?
You can find the policy in the Student Services Office. We send out lots of brochures. I have some QR codes here. You can scan to get it as well. So this QR code looks fancy in the middle of a book, eh? If you want to scan that, you can pass them around too. That QR code goes to the policy documents. Yeah.
Hi, good afternoon. Is the annual checkup, or rather annual laboratories covered by the insurance?
Yes. So for an annual physical exam, there's a $200 maximum. each test that the doctor checks off has a fee. So if it's just normal CBC, white blood cell count, routine checkup, definitely covered. If you want to have 400 tests on the blood that they draw, maybe not. Honestly, I've seen a $900 annual checkup bill. Don't worry, you're not requesting 5,000 things to be checked. If it's a routine physical, it should be under $200. It should be fully covered. Yeah, including associated blood tests. Yeah.
What about medications for pre-existing conditions like diabetes, hypertension?
Yeah, you're really fortunate you guys have coverage for pre-existing conditions. So there's a $10,000 limit for pre-existing conditions. Yeah, so I get this question a lot. Bring your prescription from back home to a Canadian doctor. You have to get a doctor in Canada to write you a prescription here, and then it'll be covered up to $10,000. Yeah, no problem. And the routine checkups, like if you have to go every 2 months to a doctor as part of your health plan, those can be included as well in that 10,000. Any questions up top? You can yell them out if you want. If you break your teeth playing cricket, we can cover up to $5,000 for broken teeth. Any cricket players up top? You play cricket? Yeah. Thanks, everybody. I hope you guys have a happy and healthy and safe time here in Canada. Reach out to us if you have questions, please. We're available all the time. Thanks.
All right. Thank you, Bradley. And let me just get my schedule out here. So up next in the atrium, we will be hearing from Christina about part-time job support. Guard Me Insurance will be held again in the Will Room and also in room 112, a very important session about health and safety on campus, so just about health and safety procedures. That's room 112, so that's straight back there on your right. So in a few minutes, we'll be hearing from Christina about part-time job support in the atrium. Okay, we'll be starting this next session in about 5 minutes on part-time job support. In the Will Room, we have GuardMe Insurance, and in room 112, an important information on health and safety about procedures regarding your safety on campus. Very important information there. All right, so up next in the atrium, we have part-time job support with Christine Bacara. Please give her a warm welcome. Oh yeah, that's right. Sorry, out of habit.
Testing. Okay, there we go. Sorry, guys. 1 second here. Perfect. Can you hear me? No, that's not going to work. Okay, I'll just hold it. I was trying to avoid holding a microphone. But welcome, everyone. It's so good to see so many smiling faces. I hope you've all had a great orientation so far. I'm sure you've learned a lot of information so far. So don't worry about forgetting some of this information, okay? I'm always here to help on campus or after the presentation. Anytime, feel free to reach out to me, okay? So just wanted to give that warm welcome. My name is Christina. As Colin mentioned, I'm the director's assistant. But as you can see today, I'm here to talk to you about part-time jobs. So just before I get started into the actual presentation, I have a quick question. How many of you are currently looking for a part-time job? That's like all of you. Okay, perfect. That's good. And that's why I'm here. So if someone can... Ooh. Okay, there we go. Apologies. So obviously, you're all interested in having a part-time job. But why might you have a part-time job? Number one reason we all know, earning extra cash, right? Paying for bills, buying new clothes, going out with friends, whatever the reason may be, okay? But I just want to talk about additional benefits of having a part-time job in addition to financial parts. So one reason why you might consider in getting a part-time job is actually to gain Canadian experience. I know you are all qualified individuals and you probably have a lot of experience from back home, but I can tell you, just from my own personal experience as well, that having that Canadian experience and showing other employers that, hey, look, I've gone through the system, I know what it's like to apply for jobs, is really, really valuable, okay? So that's another reason. And develop your professional network. So this is one great avenue to develop your professional network, because part-time jobs often tend to mean that you meet a lot of people, right? So whether this is in retail, restaurants, whatever the industry may be, in each and one of those, you have to communicate with people, okay? And communicating with people leads to meeting more people. So meeting people, and you know, one day that person might say, hey, my cousin actually is looking for a marketing person. Are you interested, right? So this is a good way to start getting that circle going. Okay, so another reason why you might consider getting a part-time job, and I really like to emphasize on this, is you manage your time well. I know this is not maybe a reason why you get a part-time job, but it's, trust me, an additional benefit to having a part-time job. When I was a student, I did juggle 2 part-time jobs, and let me tell you, it allowed me to hammer down those organizational skills, okay? Whenever I had an exam, that was in my calendar, and then a shift, you know, making sure I have time to study, I have time to work on this assignment, it really helped. So I would recommend doing it, you know, slowly, but making sure you are organized if you are looking to work, because you might, I see a lot of students that end up, you know, later in the term being stressed out of their minds because, you know, I have a shift, but I need to study and I don't know how to juggle it, right? So trying to be organized from the start is very helpful. I know it's a basic suggestions I'm advising you, but I can tell you it goes a long way. Ooh, sorry. Another reason why you might consider a part-time job is actually it helps you understand what you like about a job and what you don't, okay? Sometimes we think, yeah, this industry is the one for me, but you might find out as you work in an industry that actually, this might not be what I was looking for, and it allows you to open your doors again and see what else is available. Last but not least, work is fun and fulfilling, okay? Helping people, building something. At the end of the day, once you have that success, is a very fulfilling thing. So I'll just move on. Some strategies. Now keep in mind, these are not obviously all the strategies available, as we could keep talking about all the ones that you could apply, but these are just some that I want to highlight. So one strategy that's very, very, very important is updating your resume and your digital presence. So what I mean by updating your resume includes even being aware of what the Canadian standards are with regards to your resume, okay? I know everyone in our home country, mine is Romania, I'm allowed to do certain things if I were to apply for a job, but in Canada, that doesn't fly, right? So one example of this can be, let's say, putting a picture on your resume, right? In Canada, that does not work, okay? Then digital presence. So what I mean by that is actually LinkedIn. So how many of you have LinkedIn? Okay, quite a few of you. Good. It's a very good platform. I don't mean to go on and on about my experience, but I have had employers look at my LinkedIn. So update that digital presence and, you know, try to show off your skills, because you never know during your academic semesters, you might have someone who's asking you, hey, are you interested to work here when you're graduating? So trying to keep up to date is important. And the other thing I want to emphasize is actually being careful what you post on social media, on your personal social media, okay? So let's say whether it's Instagram, Facebook, you know, more and more people do look online. Next, networking regularly. So we already touched a little bit about this, but networking regularly doesn't mean, shaking many hands, and there we go, I networked for the day. But it means building and actually creating a relationship with people. So whether that's starting off with small talk, getting to know people, and then following up with them. So let's say you had a great connection with an employer at RBC, right? You get a good vibe that this person likes you and might consider you eventually for a job. I would keep going back to that person in a month, let's say, and say, hey, do you have anything available? I'm really interested in working at this place because of ABC. Ooh, sorry guys, I don't know why. And next, I wanted to talk about platforms. So for part-time jobs, it's a little bit different than full-time jobs, okay? So with part-time jobs, there's different avenues you can consider. One of them, of course, Indeed. Very good to find what's available, but then you can also consider shopping mall websites. So I'm just gonna pick on Fairview Mall because it's close to the college. If you look on their website, you'll find what are they hiring for currently. And just a quick tip, I can tell you that they definitely are gonna be hiring seasonally very frequently. Okay, so if you are looking for that part-time job quickly for the extra cash, that's where I would highly recommend looking. And then another avenue would be individual store walk-ins. So what I mean by that is actually going in, let's say a mall again, and presenting yourself to Bath & Body Works, Foot Locker, okay? Going in and saying, hey, my name is Christina, I wanna work part-time here, do you have any availability? I like your store, not whatever you would like to say. And they might tell you, hey, we actually accept applications, but online. So at this point, and they'll say, but I'll look out for your name, right? So that's your way in going back to that person at some point, let's say in a week or two, and saying, I did apply online, were you able to check my resume? So just some quick tips. Again, as I mentioned, this is not all the possible strategies, but just strategies that I can assure you will be successful. And in addition to that, just to branch off of that, it's important to be persistent, okay? Don't get, overwhelmed by it or disappointed that you haven't had success. It takes time, okay? I had a great mentor once that told me finding a job is like a full-time job. So it's a lot of work. So it's important to remember to keep trying because, and change your strategies, right? If you think that it might be strategy related, you might want to look in that, but if not, keep being persistent and going back to some of the connections that you did already make. Another aspect I want to really focus on is being honest about your availability. So you're a student, right? A lot of employers are okay with you being a student, but they just want to see what's your availability. Sometimes they might like you, right? But they want to make sure that your availability matches their business needs. So being honest about that from the start is helpful because that way you know this is a match or potentially not a match, okay? And they do appreciate that. If they see honesty, I find employers are willing to work with you if you bring that honesty into play as well. And of course, smile and be confident. Nothing's worse than, when you are approaching employees, you're like, hi, my name is Christina. I'm kind of looking for a job, right? It doesn't, it won't ensure your success. I can tell you for sure. Okay, I think, and just the last point before I move on, being presentable, okay? I'm sure most of you already are aware of that, but we can all make mistakes on that, but for sure making that first impression can go a big way. Okay, no, going in sweatpants, let's say, or too casual attire. So, yeah. Campus help. So, in regards to campus help, we do have several avenues and great resources. You might have already heard about our fantastic co-op advisors. I'll just quickly touch on that again. So the co-op and career advisors are there to help you with your resume, even if you are not a co-op student, okay? So even if you're looking for a part-time job, they can still assist you with going over your resume, with your search, with offering a mock interview, anything regarding the job application process. Next, the Writing Language Center. So the Writing Language Center is there if you're looking to improve your English skills. The reason why I put it is, again, it's connected to making a great resume or cover letter, right? If you have grammatical mistakes or awkward sentences, right, it tends to diminish your chances. So this is another amazing way to have an instructor look over your resume or cover letter and help you with some of those things. Or even if you just want to work on your language skills, right? Lastly, but not least, we have LinkedIn Learning. So LinkedIn Learning, I'm sure you've heard, it's a free resource for all of our students, okay? For sure, once you start your term, you might start being very busy, right, with assignments and eventually working part-time. But I highly recommend taking advantage of it to improve what I was mentioning earlier, your digital presence, okay? If you add just a few badges, let's say on some soft skills, some of these courses are just 20 minutes to 30 minutes, okay? But some of them, for sure, are like 3 hours or more. But if you just take some time to do them, it does go a long way, okay? It would just be really unfortunate to find yourself, let's say, in, I don't know, your third term, you haven't used it, and then you want to, at that point, you're trying to run around and improve your resume, right? It gets harder. So try to be as proactive as you can. Okay, so just related to campus help, I just wanted to show you, you might be already familiar with this, but our Moodle page, and specifically the job board. So the job board is found on the right-hand side there, as you can see. And on the job board, we actually post internal campus postings. So let's say we're looking for support, additional help from students on a day of events. This is where we would be posting them, okay? So for example, we do have a lot of professional development days for our staff. That might be an event where we do post on here that we're seeking some students to support us with that. Okay, so this is strictly for internal postings. Once again, next we have My Career. Again, I'm sure you might have already heard about it, but just another way of accessing it is through Moodle. And also on the right-hand side, just above the job board, you find My Career. Now, My Career is used for external postings, right? So this is where we post co-op, full-time, and part-time postings as well when they are available. This is just more of a reminder than anything, because I know you're just getting used to everything, right? All your login information. But please don't forget that in order to access your My Career, you would need to use your student ID along with a password from my Lambton email. Okay, so not the same as Moodle. Perfect. This is the part I wanted to focus on more, and it's our part-time job fairs. So our part-time job fairs will be monthly events hosted actually right here in the atrium. And the first one for the fall will actually be on September 26th from 1 to 4 p.m. Okay, I'm actually the one that organizes them, and my goal is to try to diversify the employers as much as possible, okay? So feel free to come out, and highly recommend that you do show up presentable when attending these events, okay? You can definitely bring your resume. It won't hurt you. It's just sometimes they might say, as I mentioned earlier, apply online and so on, but it doesn't hurt. It's a bonus for sure. But if you don't have it, still feel free to attend. Okay. Next, I just wanted to mention our hours of work. So I'm not an immigration consultant, but I do like to remind students that they can work up to 20 hours off campus. This can be in addition to more than one job. So let's say one job is providing 10 hours, right? But you want to work the actual 20, you can always find a second job to make up those hours as long as you don't go over. And for any of you interested, we do have an immigration consultant on campus, and that's her email address. If you would like to take a picture of that, more than welcome. Okay. And here is my contact information. So if any of you need any support at all, whether, as I mentioned, regarding the fairs, resume, resources, anything at all, I'd be happy to direct you or support you further and answer any questions you may have. Okay. Now, I'd like to take this moment to answer any questions you may have. Are there any moments? Any questions? Don't be shy. It's okay. I don't bite. No questions? No? This one back there? Okay. Oh, okay.
I want to ask about part-time jobs
Yep.
in the campus. We can have the opportunities on the campus, right?
Can you speak up? I just have a hard time hearing it.
Okay, I'm asking about the part-time job opportunities on campus.
The part-time jobs on campus?
Yeah.
Yeah, so as I mentioned, and I can go back on that, for here, so all the internal part-time jobs that we offer will be posted on the job board on Moodle, okay? And this is how you access it. It's just, if you go on the main page, you'll see it on the right-hand side, and it's at times of the year that we'll be recruiting, okay? So you would just have to keep checking back. I know one time of the fall where you might see a job is actually in October. Okay, so does that help? Yeah, perfect. Any other questions? Anything at all? Yeah. Yes.
It's more of a seek of advice.
Okay.
So say for example, I found a job now, like on September 5.
Okay.
And the job fair is on September 30.
26th.
26th, yeah.
Yeah.
So will it be a bad reputation to have like one part-time job now, and what if I found another part-time job that I like on the job fair, and then like shifting to that job, like in a span of like 3 weeks? Will it have a like negative effect on my?
So, okay, has multiple parts to the question. So if you think the other part-time job will help you more with whatever your goals are, I would say go for it. However, don't have a pattern in doing that. Does that make sense? So let's say you do find a different part-time job that you like at the fair, but then you wait another 2 months, but you find another one, then it's gonna start looking poorly on your resume, right? So you wanna you want to be consistent with at least some experiences, if that makes sense. Yes, but
if you have a lot of job, but like every 3 weeks it's changing, it will be
then yes,
not
yes,
good in the
no, that
resume.
wouldn't be a good presence, no.
Okay, got
yeah.
it.
But if you have pretty good consistency and you want to change, you know, it just happens, you're like, yes, I really want this, I would say you can go for it, right? It's more, it becomes a problem when it's a pattern, you know, of several experiences. Yeah.
Thank you.
No problem. Yeah. Hello.
Hi. So I want to find out if the school has opportunities for students to work as TA, that's teacher assistants.
Okay, like as a program, if
No,
we have
like-
licensing? Sorry.
No, teaching assistants.
What was the question? Teaching assistants. If we have the licensing? Oh, I see. Actually, it's a great question. Colin, would you be able to answer that? Opportunities, yeah.
I don't believe we have teaching assistant positions, but like Christina said, it would be always safe to check the job board because you never know if
Yeah.
if an opportunity would arise.
Yeah.
But there are so the students helping out here. This is sort of a little job that they're doing to help out with this event. They're student ambassadors, so you can find those positions on the job board as well.
Yeah.
I believe so. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. There's several departments, right, that post internal postings, so I'm not aware of all of them. I just know that that would be the platform to post them, and I know what some of the departments are with regards to hiring for part-time jobs on campus. Okay. Yeah. Yes.
Just to clarify, can we send you our resumes for like review? We can do that, right?
Can you go on the co-op advisor?
No, can we mail you our resumes
Yes,
for review?
yeah, for sure. You're more than welcome. I am obviously not a career advisor, right? Like formally, that's not my job at the college, but I'm more than happy to assist with that.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Yeah.
Well, I didn't want to ask this question, but how to deal with no? I mean, I do understand like you get a lot of no's these days,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah.
But the problem is, if you get 1 or 2 no's, that's fine. 5, 10, still okay. 20, 25, all right. I mean, but you know, after a point, you reach a level where you think about yourself. I mean, what position are you in? I mean, I do understand the position in the market right now. It's not that good job market, and financially as well. You know, the economy is slowing down and whatnot, not just in Canada, across the globe. And some countries are doing even worse, so let's not talk about that. So I have visited over 88, 90 stores so far, personally, walk-ins around Scarborough. And most of them have said no. Few of them said come in the next summer. I do understand it takes time for the hiring process. It's not like, you know, back in, you know, our particular country that, you know, you get within 2 days, 3 days, you get a response. So there's a lot of anxiety developing in, and, you know, you think about what's going to happen tomorrow. But yeah, so how do you deal with no? But not just one no, but so many no's. You know, for you say sometimes a no is a stepping stone. You know, you got to keep hustling, you keep grinding. Understandable. But after 30, 40, 50 no's, you know, there's a limit to a no as well. So how do you, like what kind of mentality or what should we do? That's my question.
Oh, that's a great question. No, very great question. So I've dealt with no's myself, and I very much connect with that, right? Not that long ago, I graduated from my master's, right? And I was looking to get a job in my field, and I was just trying to focus on that. And because I didn't have the experience, right, it was very difficult. So I had to build very small baby steps. But to answer your question, so that was one of my strategies with the no's. I would, at that point, I would take into account how many no's have you had. As you mentioned, is it, you know, 10, okay, sure, viable. Is it 30, you know, we're starting to get on, or is it 50? So at that point, I would start seeing what are you doing. I would talk to someone, a co-op career advisor or myself, and seeing exactly what do you do when you're applying for those jobs, okay? Because there might actually be a strategy issue or not, but likely that's what I would do.
Understandable, yeah.
Yeah. So, but with anxiety, and I know you mentioned anxiety, and I want to answer fully your question. You know, that's a huge part where you have to kind of come back to yourself, okay, and remind yourself why you are good, right? I know it's that same message of being strong, but if you need the extra help, we do also have actually a counselor that can help with discussing anxiety or stress too.
For sure, yeah.
Okay?
Thank you.
Yeah, no problem. Any other questions? But that was a good question. Any other questions at all? Yeah.
I just had the question, like,
Yeah.
it's not so clear for me the difference between off and on campus, talking about jobs.
Okay.
Can you please explain to me that?
The difference between on campus and off campus?
Yes.
Oh, okay. So when I was mentioning on campus, it would mean more internal jobs. So not internal on campus, yes, if that makes sense. So that means, let's say if Colin is looking for an assistant for an event, okay, that's where he would post it. It will be on the job board on Moodle, okay? But off campus will be anything external. So whether that's the mall, you know, as I mentioned, Bath and Body, Foot Locker, restaurants, anything else that doesn't have to do with the college, that would be considered off campus. Okay? Yeah. Can you mix it? Yeah, you could mix it, technically. It's just going back to the immigration piece, right? Right. Oh, I see. If you were to work off campus 20 and then on campus, I mean, honestly, I don't even think that would be realistically possible. You would, like, honestly damage yourself. But is it possible? With that one, I apologize. I can't answer myself, and I don't want to give you the wrong information either, okay? But I will put up the immigration email, okay, for Zoe. Ooh, there it is. And she's very helpful, very, very helpful. So if that's something you're thinking of, feel free to ask her anytime. Yeah. Yes, yes. Correct. Like if it's volunteer? If it's volunteer, no, it wouldn't count as volunteer, yes. Yeah.
And I guess just to address your question, at one of the events, the professional development event, we had 2 ambassadors, so student ambassadors, and one of those students worked part-time at Home Depot. But this was during the break period, so she just managed in a way that she wouldn't pass that 20-hour threshold. So it is doable, but it was just, this was just a one-day position for like a one-day event. So
Yeah.
you could do that.
You can mix it. I just, when you asked about 40 hours on campus and then 20 off, that I don't know, right?
Right.
You can definitely mix it. It's just, I don't know if there would be like a complete limit
Right.
at a certain point.
I think Zoe would definitely be able to answer
Yeah.
that question. But
Yeah.
if you manage under 20 hours, then I would say you're probably in the clear.
Safe, yeah. Yeah. Yes. Which okay. Off campus because the employer is not Lambton College. Okay. I know. I hope that didn't get too confusing with the on campus versus the off campus. Yeah. But yeah. Any other questions? Happy to help. No? Okay, well, thank you so much for having me. It was very, thank you. Thank you guys. I hope it was helpful and informative. And if you need more information, I'm happy to help or at least direct you in the right direction. Okay, no problem.
Right. Thanks, Christina. And so we have other sessions finishing up right now, but after all of these sessions are finished, any minute now we should be hearing, we'll be having Kahoot in the atrium. So Kahoot, it's a game for prizes, so I encourage you guys to stick around. I'll be hosting, and we'll also have our raffle draw then. And then after the Kahoot game, we'll be hearing from student clubs and students from Sahil, so we can stick around in the atrium to play games. See you guys soon. All right, so we'll be starting Kahoot and the raffle draw in about 5 minutes, but in the meantime, there is a lot of extra food up on the second floor to the left, so if you guys want to take some leftovers home, feel free to go upstairs and get some more food. There's plenty left over. Okay, well, in a few minutes, we'll be underway with our games. I'm just waiting a few minutes for everyone from GuardMe and Health and Safety to return to the atrium. So any moment now. I do see people coming from GuardMe, so that's good. Okay, so registration for our raffle is closed. We will begin the raffle draw in just a moment. We have 111. So starting number 2. We have 111 participants. So all of your names are associated with a number. I'm going to do the raffle draw, and I will match the number to the name and call the winner forward. And even if you did register online, for those of you joining us on YouTube, I will email you and get in touch with you if you win online. So the winner is number 77. And let me see. Nimu Kyriakos. Are you present? Oh, congratulations. Nimu, come and get your reward up here. Congratulations. So we're just going to take a picture real quick. All right. Thank you. Let's hear it for our winner. All right, so next we will have our Kahoot. And for those of you who don't know, Kahoot is a multiple choice quiz game. And the top 3 winners of this game will receive a prize. So scan the QR code or go to kahoot.it and type in the PIN. I'll give you all a few minutes to join and we'll be underway. Okay, and just a reminder to student ambassadors, you cannot play this game. The prizes are for the students, for the Term 1 students. So Term 1 students, make sure you scan the code. I will just give you a few more moments, and for those of you who are just joining us, all right, when my phone turns to 2:35, I'm going to start the game any second now. 30 seconds. Okay. Yeah. Okay. You're good to, okay, awesome. All right, we're going to get started with our Kahoot game. So, like I said, there's going to be a question, and it's a little different than Monday, Wednesday, and Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday. So these are completely different questions, mostly about Canada. So the first question, what is the name of the ballpark or baseball stadium next to the CN Tower? So this is, oh. The sun's in our way right now. My apologies for that. So the Rogers Center is the name of this ballpark. I don't think we can cover this area. My apologies for that. So in first place, Shampoo. Second, Patrice and in third place. Next question. Lots of questions left. Which of the following is the name of Toronto's hockey team? The Maple Leafs is the red, and Penguins is the yellow. For those of you, there's a bit of a glare over here. The Maple Leafs, so red was the correct answer. That is the name of Toronto's hockey team. And Shampoo still in the lead, Christian in second, and Danushki in third. Next question. What is Canada's national animal? And I'll tell you the red and yellow. So the red is the beaver, and the yellow is moose, if you can't read with the glare. The beaver is Canada's national animal. It's not exactly what you would expect. So next we have Christian's on a streak. And What a Secret in second place, Shampoo still holding on to the leaderboard. Next question, who was Tim Horton? So red is a hockey player, yellow is mayor of Toronto. And yes, he was a hockey player. Tim Horton was a famous hockey player. Then he started the Tim Hortons chain, and you see them all over the place. And Christian still in the lead. What a Secret is on a streak. And Danushki in third place. Next question. What does this symbol mean? This symbol right here. And red is made in Switzerland, and yellow is HP, as in hit points. First aid, almost everyone got that one right. That's good. Very important symbol to recognize. And Christian in first still, What a Secret in second, and Shampoo in third. So just so that you all are all aware, our first aid kits look like this, and they have that cross, the universal first aid symbol. So you may see them around campus today. Just little information there. Next question. What does the acronym GTA stand for? And it does not mean Grand Theft Auto, just a hint. Not in this context. The Greater Toronto Area, so the yellow right here. My apologies once again for the glare here, but GTA stands for the Greater Toronto Area. And Christian has lost the lead. What a Secret in first, Shampoo in second, and Danushki in third. Let's see the next question. Which of the following are mass transit agencies operating in the Greater Toronto Area? Choose all that apply, so there are multiple correct answers here. So this one's TTC and this one's YRT. All of these are GTA mass transit agencies. So Zoom, I believe, is in Brampton. Go Transit, you'll find all over the place. YRT is York Regional Transit, and obviously TTC is the Toronto Transit. What a Secret in first still. Danushki coming up in second, and same as yesterday, coming in third. So next question. What should you do when you see a goose? So red is throw something at it. And yellow is leave it alone. And you should leave it alone. So geese may seem peaceful, but if you get a little too close, they can be vicious. So people sometimes get hurt interacting with a goose. So just keep them, give them a space. Don't go too near them. And if there's a bunch of little geese next to a big goose, that's probably a mother goose. Do not go near her children. She will attack you. Next, Danushki coming up in first. What a secret in second. Shampoo in third. So lots of competition going on here. Next question. How many subway lines does the TCC have? Those of you taking the TTC, you should know this answer. So there's 2, 5, 4, or 8. And the correct answer is 4. There are 4 major subway lines. Danushki still in first. What a secret in second. Christian coming back in third. In the event of a fire, what are you supposed to do? Those of you who attended the health and safety session, you should know this. Scream and run around in circles. Leave the building as quickly and as calmly as possible. And yes, yellow one is correct. Leave the building as quickly and as calmly as possible. Do not stay where you are, and do not panic. And not really much change here. Can go to the next question. If the fire alarm goes off, leave the building as quickly and as calmly as possible. Use the nearest staircase if you're not on the first floor. Go across the street. Make sure you follow your instructor, and you can follow any of these exit signs, these green men that are running out of the door. So just follow one of the exit signs. Next question. In the event of a lockdown, what are you supposed to do? Choose all that apply. So red is remain where you are, and yellow is turn all lights off, lock the doors, and close the blinds. And you would do all of these things if there's a lockdown. So we do have a fire drill and a lockdown drill once a term. So if you are in one of those drills, this is just so that you know what to do. No change in the leaderboard. And we have, like I said, 1 fire drill and 1 lockdown drill per term, and your instructor will let you know if there's going to be a drill during your class. So just make sure you pay attention and follow instructions. Next question. Which of the following is not a Canadian province or territory? And the yellow over here is Saskatchewan, if you can't read it because of the glare. Minnesota. Minnesota is not a Canadian province or territory. It is a U.S. state. Next. Okay, little change in the leaderboard. What a Secret has taken first place. Christian in second and Shampoo in third. Lots of competition going on here. Next question. This used to be which country's flag? New Zealand, Canada, Scotland, or Wales? That was Canada's flag. That used to be Canada's flag before they changed to the red maple leaf. So let's take a look here. Wakar in first, Christian in second. What a Secret in third. Next question. When did Canada adopt its current national flag? 1952, 1975, 1965, or 1982? 1965. So it wasn't that long ago that Canada adopted its current flag. And Shampoo coming up in third place, Wakar and Christian still in first and second respectively. True or false? Canadians like corn syrup more than maple syrup. True or false? And most of you got this one right. Yes, this Canadians typically like maple syrup more than corn syrup. Maple syrup is much, in my opinion, too, much richer, and it's also a little more expensive, but I like it more. So next on the leaderboard, no change. Wakar is on a streak, 14 correct answers in a row. There you go. Next question, in what Canadian city was insulin discovered? Montreal, Toronto, Winnipeg, or Vancouver? And Toronto, only 9 of you got this one right. So at the University of Toronto, I'm not exactly sure when, the date escapes, but at the University of Toronto, insulin was discovered. And Wakar, Christian, and Shampoo still in the lead. And if we go to the next question here, what is the term for a $2 coin in Canada? A silver dollar, a toonie, a loonie, or it's just called a $2 coin? A toonie, yellow, is correct. And a loonie is a $1 coin, so just a little information there. Wakar in the lead, Christian in second, and Ed, and Eddie in third place. Which of the following is not an indigenous tribe mentioned in the land acknowledgement? So the land acknowledgement you've been hearing all week. Which of the following is not a tribe? Mississaugas, the Haudenosaunee, the Apache, or the Chippewa? The Apache, most of you got that one right. So the Apache, they're actually a Southwest American tribe. So they're more towards the south. And Ed, and Eddie getting in second place. It's been a while since I've seen an episode of Ed, and Eddie. Next question. Which Great Lake is closest to Toronto? Lake Superior, Lake Huron, Lake Michigan, Lake Ontario? Lake Ontario, almost everyone got this one right. Good. And no change in the leaderboard. Same as yesterday, coming up in fourth. Next question. What are Canada's national sports? Choose all that apply. Notice I said sports. There's more than one national sport in Canada. Basketball, lacrosse, hockey, or badminton. And it's lacrosse and hockey. Those are the two national Canadian sports. And Wakar coming back down to third. Ed, and Eddie getting over in first, and Christian in second. And which of the following is Canada's most easterly province, the province that is most to the east? Newfoundland and Labrador, Nova Scotia, Quebec, or New Brunswick? And it's Newfoundland and Labrador. That is the easternmost Canadian province. And Christian's in the lead, Wakar in second, Ed, and Eddie back down to third. Next question. Which of the following celebrities are Canadian? Choose all that apply. Keanu Reeves, Celine Dion, Ryan Gosling, and Drake. Which of them are Canadian? Are any of them Canadian? They're all Canadian, so you would have gotten any of them right. And Ed, and Eddie back up in second place. Okay, a few more questions left. Which of the following things would a Canadian definitely say? Nice weather, eh? Oh yeah, no, for sure. Sorry, sorry. Or hey bud, did you see the Leafs game last night? And another one of these questions, they would have said any of these things. So let's take a look at the leaderboard. All right. Christian and first, Wakar second, and Bakota here, heart emoji in third. And the last question, this one's going to be a tough one. So take a deep breath. In what year did Canada officially become independent from British Parliament? 1967, 1965, 1918, or 1982? Or 1867, I mean to say, not 1967. 1982. So while Canada did get its independence from and formed its own government in 1867, it was not officially independent until 1982. So fun little fact. And just make sure you follow us on Instagram at Lambton College in Toronto. You may even see a picture of yourself. We've been taking pictures throughout the day, and we're going to see our winners. So thank you all for participating. And in third place, we have Bagoda here. In second, we have Wakar. And in first place, we have Christian. All right, so come forward and you can receive your prize. Just make sure that you keep your tab open to the screen to prove that you won. Okay. Oh, which one are you? Christian? You are first place. Congratulations. We'll get. Oh no, it's Christian. Yep. Yep, first place. Which one's Christian? You're Wakar. You're second place. So actually, we just found out that the third place contestant is no longer present. So we're going to see who was in fourth place. So stick around. I'm not sure. Yeah, you should be. Yeah. It's going to play. The fourth view summary. View full report. Okay, just give us a second here. Players, view podium. Okay. Oh, actually, hold on a second. I think I found it. Yeah, there's a little tab. There was a tab up here. Yeah, right here. All right, Ed, and Eddie, you were in fourth place. There you go. Okay, so now you're third place. Yep. All right, first place in the center. Yep. All right, let's hear it for our winners. Yep. All right, and next up, we are going to be hearing from Pranav about student clubs and student success. So I guess we'll find where Pranav is. Okay. So in just a few moments, we'll be hearing from Pranav. And also, if you haven't gotten the chance before you leave today, we have a lot of leftover food. So feel free to go back upstairs where you got your sandwiches, and you feel free to take a few sandwiches home. Yeah, I just told them. Yep. What? Oh, that was. They were hard questions. Okay, all right. So please welcome Pranav. He's going to talk about student success and student clubs.
All right. Hello, everyone. Good afternoon. It's good to see you all. And are you guys excited to start your new educational journey? Okay. I'm seeing a lack of energy. That's okay. But first things first, I want all of you guys to put yourself a hand together because you guys have come here all the way from back home, right? And this is amazing, right? I'm so glad for you guys. This is great. Okay, so the moment you decided to come all the way here, you are all champions already. Okay? And today I'm going to introduce you guys to the student clubs that we have here. We have a suite of clubs available for you guys to join. So if you guys, once you guys are done with this, first off, did you guys visit the academic clubs booths? No? Okay. If not yet, then you guys should go there after this. Okay, and it's okay if some booths are empty or you cannot find information. You can always head to the tutoring center if you guys have any questions about any of the clubs, all right? And if you need more information about which program, that is, which of your corresponding programs is going to be associated with which clubs, you can look at that poster there. It's on that wall. It's on the glass. Okay, and it's also outside the academic clubs room. Okay, so you can check that out, and it's going to give you information on which program corresponds to which club again. And these are the clubs that we mainly have here: PM Guild, ASQ, BCC Club, HRPA is coming up, and GDSE, Google Developer Students Club. So, which program are you guys from? BMHT? Okay. So most of you guys are from BMHT? Well, that's great. So we have almost a lot of programs here. So yeah. Do we have somebody from PM Guild? Yeah. All right. Yeah. I'd like to call somebody from PM Guild to tell you more about the club. Okay.
Hello, everyone. Is there any one of you that is from project management? Okay, nice to meet you all. I'll meet you later so I can explain more things about you. But for everyone, we are inviting everyone to become a member of the PM Guild. What do we offer? We offer events related to hot topics at the moment. AI. You want to know about AI? We're going to have an event about AI in this term. So please come forward to us, so ask and become a member to get to know all the different topics that we're going to have. Every event, every news, every workshop, we're going to give them to you if you become a member. Okay, guys? So anything that you want to do, this the PM Guild. Personally, I entered like you guys. I was in term 1 last term. And it helped me a lot. It helped me. It was greatly. I made so much networking, met so many great people, and I know it's going to be valuable for my future. So please, guys, come forward. Anyone wants to join the PM Guild, not necessarily of project management, everyone can come in and become a member, okay? Thank you so much.
Hello, hello, everyone. How are you today? Oh, no. How are you today? Okay, great. So, I'm Edison. I'm part of the ASQ student chapter. I'm the vice president. Right now, we are conducting a lot of things, especially for the students. We try in ASQ student chapter just to guide the students and join us, because all the stuff that we can manage for get the excellence in the industry, we will take it directly for this amazing association. So the reason is this student chapter can give you the opportunity not only for to share your abilities and your skills with the industry, also for get a lot of resources from the ASQ, get improvements with your certifications, and also improvement in your skills to get a better jobs in the future. So especially for programs that are QMT and FSQT, we are promoting and volunteering. So please, you can see the lcit.asq chapter. You can email us if you are interested to be a volunteer. Any question that you have, we are available just to answer whatever you need, okay? Thank you so much.
Hello, everyone. So my name is Danishki Pereira, and I'm the president of Business Caucus Club. About the Business Caucus Club, this is the only business club in Lambton College, Toronto at the moment. And if you are a student of MMDT, BMHT, FPWT, FSIT, MMPT, and BSNT, and BMAT, then this is your club. So what we have done so far, we have organized many events. We have invited industry experts to attend the college and deliver sessions for you guys. So what's the difference between the BCC club and rest of the club is we are acting like professionals. We make sure that you are ready when you are graduate, even sometimes before you graduate, you are ready for the business culture, from the attire itself, how you are sending emails, how you are contacting, and we are giving you opportunities to connect with industry experts through LinkedIn. So which at the end of the graduation or before the graduation, is it a great benefit for you to find a job easily. So that's what we are doing. And also we have lined up lots of exciting events for this semester. So hope you all of you will be participate. Thank you.
So hi guys, I am Harsharan Singh Rana. I have just completed my third term. I'm going to start my co-op next week. So I am the technical lead at Google Developer Students Club. So this club was formed in our college last year by my senior Bharat Vora. So now he has graduated, so we have a lot of openings in our club. So in the past, we have organized a lot of events, including info sessions and industry experts, resume workshops, and our most successful event was a hackathon, which had almost 100 plus participants, and the winners received goodies from Google. So you can join our club, and in order to, firstly, you can join our Discord server. Just write in Google GDSC, Lambton College in Toronto. There you can join our community, and all the announcements and stuff related to our club will be posted there. And you can also follow us on Instagram at LCIT_GDSC. Thank you.
All right, guys, apart from all these clubs that we were talking about right now, we also have new clubs coming up. One is the Supply Chain Management Guild. So is there anybody here from SCMT? Nobody? Okay. So, okay, you can tell your friends about it. So we are soon going to have a club with SCMT. We need people who are actually enthusiastic. So start emailing when you're first. When you start emailing first at the beginning of the term, you get to be executive volunteers. That means you could be president, vice president, chairperson in the club. So you'll be directly meeting with people in the industry to hand in hand coordinate events in the college, right? So all of these clubs that we have here, we not only have you guys being volunteers for the club, you can also be just participants for the events, right? So keep an eye out on your Moodle page, okay? So these clubs keep organizing events, so it is a great networking opportunity, and also it 100% helps you in your career, right? So Moodle, make it your next best friend, okay? Keep checking Moodle often, and Alejandra here, she keeps posting a lot of stuff on Instagram, okay? She is your go-to person, you're gonna see her a lot. So follow us on Instagram to have more content, right? So you can see what's happening in the college, what events are going to happen in the upcoming weeks, okay? And stay informed and keep yourself engaged, right? And the next thing is Toastmasters International Club. So this is something we are very happy to bring to our college. Does anybody know about Toastmasters here? Yeah, okay, I see some nodding heads. That's good to know. And we are going to bring Toastmasters to our college. We will be a licensed club, so we won't be affiliated to another club, we will be a club. So in that case, you will be direct members of Toastmasters. Yeah, it's not going to be free, but we would have a huge discount, say 70% off, right? So that's going to be a huge discount. For 1 year, you would probably end up paying around $60. So $60 for a year is going to be really cheap if you think about it. Because if you pay upfront, otherwise it's going to cost you around $200, right? For that, keep an eye out on your Moodle because we'll have more contact information. If you have any questions, if you're interested in Toastmasters, you can come up to the tutoring center. I'm going to be there. You can talk to me and we'll figure something out. All right? And HRPA. So we have people from BMHT here? Okay, perfect. So it's your pathway, right? So we have a lot of stuff. And this is another upcoming club, and we need people who are enthusiastic once again, right? People who would do the work to get the club started, because we need people who would organize so many things, right? Like we have events, we need people to go and approach outside people, right? Make connections, network. It's a wonderful opportunity because the college is going to back you up, right? So when you go and approach somebody, you're not approaching as just one person, you're approaching as somebody representing Lambton College in Toronto. So that backing is going to help you build more connections, and that is why I think all of you guys should join at least one club that is meant for your course, right? And if you have questions, again, all of these clubs, they have their own emails. If you didn't note it down now, it's okay. You can still go to the academic clubs room, and there will be emails all around the place for each of the clubs that I've mentioned here today. Okay, and once again, if you have questions, you can come visit us at the tutoring center. And then social clubs, something you guys would be excited about. Alejandra will tell you more about it.
Hello everyone, my name is Alejandra. I'm from the Marketing and Event Department. And because not everything is about studying and getting your career and your network, we also have some social clubs for you to join. We have the futsal, badminton, table tennis, basketball, and the dance club. So if you have any questions or you need more information, you can message us on Instagram at Lambton College in Toronto, or you can send us an email at recreation@sistercollege.com. And if you want to be part of any of these clubs, you can just scan the QR code here, fill out the form, and we will be in contact with you, okay? Also, if you go upstairs to the second floor, in the study rooms, you will also see this QR code in case you missed it. And you just fill out the form and we will be in contact with you. Thank you.
Okay, so student council. What is the differentiate with student council comparing to other clubs in college? So other clubs, we organize academic events, but when it comes to student council, we are organizing non-academic events. So what are the non-academic events? All the fun stuff. So we are the ones who are doing all the notice boards. And last month we had a summer end party, and also there are very exciting non-academic events are coming up. And if you like to become a member of student council, again, a differentiator of other clubs and the student council is your membership of other clubs is renewed every 4 months. That means every semester. But if you join as a student council member, it's an 8-month contract, which you have to dedicate your time and energy on the club to success Lambton College in Toronto. And also, to become a member of student council, you should have a GPA above 3. If you have a GPA of about 3, you can apply to become a student council member. And also, if for each program, there is a student council representative. So I am representative MMTT, which is Marketing, Management, and Digital Media. Likewise, if you go to Moodle, right-hand side, we have a student council page. You can go to the page and find out who is your representative. And what we are doing, we are the face between you and the staff. If you have any concerns, queries about your program, such as if you think you can get good marks, but the marks you have gotten is not great, or even if you have help with your assignments, exams, again, you can contact us. If you have any concerns about your groups or professors, again, you can come and talk with us, because we can understand students have certain problems which you don't like to directly contact your professors and staffs. So that's why we are here. And yes, so as I mentioned, I'm the MMDT student representative, as well as you can find out who is representative of your each program and contact them and keep in touch with them. Thank you.
I don't manage it. I'm part of All right, everybody, thank you so much for being so patient with us and actively listening and taking part in the conversation, right? Thank you so much. So once again, go visit the booths. It's okay if there are no people there, okay? If there are people, great. If not, take down the email, scan the QR codes, connect with them, all right? And once again, congratulations for making it here and good luck, okay? Thank you.